Galw'r aelodau I drefn, yr eitem cyntaf yn agenda ni'r prynawn yma yw'r cwestiynau i'r Prif Weinidog a'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Siân Gwenllian.
A wnaeth y Prif Weinidog ddatganiad am ymdrechion Llywodraeth Cymru I fynd i'r afal a thlodi.
Wel, yn hamcan ni yw helpu a chefnogi pob un I fyw bywydau iach, ffyniannus a werth chwael. A mae'n strategaeth genedlaethol ffyniant I bawb yn egluro sut fyddwn ni'n adeiladu Cymru sy'n ffyniannus a diogel, sy'n iach ac egniol, sy'n uchelgeisiol ac sy'n dysgu ac sy'n unedig a chysylltiedig.
Fe gafwyd cadarnhad gynnwch chi'n fan hyn yr wsos dwytha na fydd y Llywodraeth yn cyhoeddi cynllun gweithredu saclo tlodi. Mae hyn yn siom enfawr ac yn fater o bryder I Blaid Cymru ac i'r Pwyllgor Cynulliad trawsbleidiol sydd wedi bod yn ymchwilio i'r maes. Dwi'n deall eich bod chi'n awyddus I weithio'n holistaidd a gweithredu ar draws adranna, ond heb strategaeth ganolog penodol i'w dilyn, mi fydd gwaith adranna gwahanol y Llywodraeth gan gynnwys mesur cynnydd drwy gerrig milltir a'r thargedau, fydd hynny'n amhosib i'w gyflawni. Ac a'i ofyn I chi ail ystyried eich penderfyniad a gofyn I chi fwrw mlaen I greu cynllun gweithredu clir a hynny ar fyrder.
Wel, byddwn ni'n dal, wrth gwrs, bod y strategaeth yn gwneud hwn yn barod. Mae'n dangos fframwaith lle mae y Llywodraeth yn gallu gweithio gyda'i gilydd, wrth gwrs, mwyn I gynyddu ffyniant yn y pen draw, I ystyried yr achosion o dlodi mewn ffordd sydd yn fwy effeithiol a ffordd sydd yn fwy cysylltiedig. Dyw hwn ddim yn rhywbeth sydd yn eiddo I unrhyw weinidog na unrhyw adran, yn rhywbeth mae'r Llywodraeth yn perchen yn gyfan gwbl.
Angela Burns.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, I see from reports today that your government has refused to release full sets of data to assist the Prime Minister's race disparity audit. And its findings are stark contrast for both the UK and Wales. I do wonder, though, is your reluctance in releasing the data because you haven't got it, or is it simply that you won't get it? And the reason why this is so important is because that data would help us to identify areas of poverty in BME communities where we might actually be able to take some action and make some differences to those people's lives.
Oh dear, that is wholly untrue. Because Scotland have refused to cooperate, we have not. I'll give the member, the member a chronology of what we've done in the meantime. On the 26th of October last year, we agreed to the Welsh Government's participation in the work. On the 8th of December last year, our equality team arranged for officials from the Race Disparity Audit Unit to attend the Wales Race Forum. On the 21st of December last year, we signposted RDEU to publish data. On the 28th of February of this year, there was a meeting between our officials and RDAU in Cardiff. On the 11th of May, there was another meeting with RDAU. We were concerned at that point by an apparent lack of progress on their website. They asked us at that point for the first time to undertake work to analyse the Welsh data. We thought at that point that they would be undertaking that work. They acknowledged the lateness of that request. We made it clear we didn't have the resources to support that work at that time. And expressed concern about being asked to undertake such a large exercise before the launch date in July. At that point, we were informed the Scottish Government had decided not to engage with the project. On the 26th of May, RDAU responded to a letter from us with a provisional list of data that would be on the website. On the 2nd of June, we agreed to continue working with the unit by providing advice on the Welsh data sources and providing data sets for the RDAU to analyse. On the 4th of October, a third meeting between officials and RDAU took place. They gave us a glimpse of the content of the website, but did not provide us with the report, a copy of the 45-page report. I think we have engaged properly, and perhaps it shows the shambles at the heart of the UK Government that they cannot tell Wales and Scotland apart.
Jenny Rathbone.
One of the things that's absolutely designed to undermine the Welsh Government's efforts to tackle poverty is the introduction of universal credit rolled out across Wales. Because we've seen in parts where it has been rolled out that it's led to an increase in rent arrears and numbers of people going to food banks. Now, the Scottish Government has got responsibility for the administration of welfare, which has enabled them to reduce the amount of time that applicants have to wait to 2 weeks, which is the same as JSA, and also to ensure that landlords can continue to receive the rent payments directly. So I wondered what conversations you'd had with the UK government on enabling us to mitigate the worst effects of this ghastly new proposal.
Well, we know from experience that where we take control of aspects of the benefit system, we get into a situation where the budget settlement is never enough. We saw that with the council tax benefit. £20 million were taken from that as the responsibility was transferred. So I have no faith at all that the UK government, if they were to transfer responsibility over universal credit, would actually transfer the budget to cover it, and that is the problem. To my mind, what is needed is a proper benefit system across the whole of the UK, administered by a Labour government in London, looking after the interests of the many, not the few.
Cwestiwn 2, Hannah Blythen.
Will the First Minister make a statement on support for heritage tourism in North Wales?
Well, we're supporting a number of initiatives for heritage tourism in the north. For example, as part of the Heritage Tourism Project, Cadw spent approximately £7.8 million improving and conserving some of its heritage tourism sites in the north.
Thank you, First Minister. As you're aware, there's a host of amazing heritage attractions right across North Wales, including St Winifred's Well and Basingstoke Abbey, my own constituency, which I did my bit to promote with tourism videos over the summer, and would also benefit from enhanced brown signage along the A55. And of course, there is the Mould Gold Cape, found in 1833 in Mould, and is currently housed in the British Museum. I know, First Minister, you'll be aware that I'm keen to one day see the Mould Cape exhibited for the first time back in the town where it was discovered. But by doing this, we're working in partnership with the various stakeholders and representatives to make it happen and make it a reality. On Friday, I was able to take the time to visit the British Museum and see the Gold Cape up close, and also talk with the curators and representatives there. And I'm interested in how major institutions can and should work in partnership with communities to bring our heritage closer to the people and to make it accessible to everyone. First Minister, do you agree that this is important, and what support can be given to ensure that our past provides a legacy for our future?
Yes. Well, we know that it's hugely important that we celebrate our past but not live in it. We have a history that is the equal of any country in the world. The member has mentioned the Gold Cape, which of course is of particular interest to her as the member for Delyn. I know that there are discussions between our officials and the officials of Flintshire Council in terms of what might need to be done. There's a long way to go yet in terms of finding somewhere that would satisfy the British Museum in terms of security and the right environment to display the Gold Cape. But we know that artefacts from the past are hugely important in generating interest, generating tourism and generating money, of course, for local communities.
Darren Miller.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, one of the things which has the potential to damage heritage tourism is, of course, the proposals which your Finance Cabinet Secretary unveiled last week for a potential tourism tax here in Wales. Now, whilst that might not affect you and your Cabinet colleagues so much, given the luxury hotels that you must frequent on a regular basis, it could significantly impact on the lower cost end of the holiday market, much of it in my own constituency and your constituency, First Minister, on holiday caravan parks. What action are you going to take to ensure that people who are less well off don't have their aspirations to have an annual holiday undermined by your ridiculous proposals for a tourism tax in Wales?
He stands there and lectures us about the less well off when only a few days ago he wanted to get rid of the education maintenance allowance. And there he is, he stands there. In fairness, the brass neck is shining in front of us. But the reality is we can't take lectures from the Tories about this. We know that tourism taxes exist in many countries in the world. It makes no difference at all to demand, but what it does is generate money for tourism businesses, generate the infrastructure for tourism so that visitors contribute more rather than local people, his constituents, having to pay more in order to provide the infrastructure for tourists. We think that's a way of sharing the burden. We think that's a good way of ensuring more money is available for tourism. I would have thought, given his constituency, yeah, I know it hurts, but given his constituency, I would have thought that he would welcome anything that would ensure that visitors pay a little more to contribute to the local economy. He is against his own constituents' interests.
Llyr Griffith.
Diolch, Llywydd. Yn dilyn ysmonach nath y Llywodraeth chi o fater y cylch Haearn yng Nghastell y Fflint, ga i ofyn pa drefniadau sy'n ei lle nawr i sicrhau bod unrhyw ddehongli o drefniadaeth yn digwydd o gyd-destun a phrospectif Cymreig a nid o phrospectif rhywun arall?
Wel, i wastad yn dehongli etifeddiaeth ynglyn a beth sy'n da i ni yng Nghymru. Mae yna hanes gyda ni o gestyll. Gath y cestyll hynny i adeiladu gan frenin o Loegr. Oedd eisiau troi Cymru mewn i rhyw fath o gair. Ond serch hynny, wrth gwrs, ni'n sicrhau bod ni'n dathlu'r etifeddiaeth hynny, ond wrth gwrs yn deall bod y cestyll hynny wrth gwrs yn rhywbeth sy'n eiddo i bobl Cymru nawr. So mae yna gydbwysedd, wrth gwrs, mae rhaid i ni i ddilyn fan hyn, ond i fi does dim byd yn bod ni i ddathlu beth sydd gyda ni, achos nawr, wrth gwrs, mae siwr gyfer y pethau gath i wneud i bobl Cymru yn cael ei reoli gan bobl Cymru.
Arweinydd yr wrth blaid nawr i ofyn cwestiynau gan arweinwyr y pleidiau. Andrew R.T. Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, last year the RSPCA reported that they'd seen nearly a 10% increase in animal cruelty cases that they'd had to investigate. Now, the legislation and the ability to regulate in this area firmly rests with the Welsh Government. Following that 10% increase of complaints, there was a 35% increase in prosecutions here in Wales, where people were taken to the courts and successful prosecutions achieved. The legislation, though, and the sanction do not meet or are not fit for purpose for the crimes that many people are perpetrating when the complaints are investigated. Will your government commit to revising the sanctions that are available to the courts here in Wales so that they fit the crime that has been reported to them?
Well, these are issues that we will keep under consideration. It's not an issue that I've had raised with me personally, that the penalties are too low, but clearly we don't want to... I mean, the fact that there are more prosecutions is a good thing, because that means actually that more people are being caught. It doesn't necessarily mean that there is more crime, but more people are being caught. Nevertheless, we want to make sure that the penalties are appropriate to the crimes, and we'll keep under review whether those penalties are appropriate now.
It is a fact. One case which was highlighted by the RSPCA was how a man fed his dog cocaine and then cut the ears off that particular animal and had a 24-week sentence imposed on him. That cannot be right, First Minister. That's the most that could have been attributed to that particular individual. There is plans afoot in other parts of the United Kingdom to substantially increase the powers available and the sanctions available when animal cruelty cases are brought before the courts, up to 5 years and unlimited fines. I ask you again, will you please take forward the proposals that have been looked at in other parts of the United Kingdom so that the sanction, when such horrific crimes are reported, is available to the courts, and ultimately the full weight of that sanction can be brought against the perpetrators of such foul actions?
I am willing to look at that, because the case that he mentions is very disturbing and upsetting, of course, and I will write to him further on that. It's not just the penalty, it's the sentencing guidelines as well. Because the maximum penalty is one thing, but the sentencing guidelines that govern what sentences should be imposed in certain circumstances are also important, so the two things must run together.
I agree with you, but what is firmly in your court is the ability to make progress in this area. And so I welcome that you will be writing to me with more information in this particular area. But what is quite clear from the evidence that's before us all of the crimes that have been perpetrated against animals, which are defenceless, they can't defend themselves, the number of investigations and complaints that charities are looking at, and prosecutions. And so it would be good to achieve off you today a timeline about how your government will take forward actions to improve the sanctions that are available and firm up the sanctions that are available so that we do not see sentences that aren't fit for purpose. Can you please give me a timeline as to how your government will take this forward and we can see positive action in this particular area?
Well, I can provide more information in the letter that I send to him. These are important points that he raises, and what he has asked me there I will ensure is addressed in writing in a letter.
Arweinydd Plaid Cymru, Leanne Wood.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, since the passage of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, what has your government done differently?
An example of how we follow that act in terms of how we determine what we do in the future.
That's not a very convincing answer, First Minister. The strategy that you've produced contains 4 cross-cutting themes, and the Act says that there are 7 well-being goals. One of those goals, a globally responsible Wales, is not mentioned in your strategy at all. Now, you imply that because of the Act that you will use investment decisions, infrastructure decisions, planning decisions in a different way to the way in which you made those decisions in the past. Your government is one of the public bodies listed under the Act, and you've got commitment to goals such as sustainable development, a low-carbon economy, healthy functioning ecosystems and enhanced biodiversity. Does your support for the M4 Black Route meet with those goals, or are you shifting the goalposts and carrying on with business as usual?
Well, these are matters that need to be addressed by the public inquiry. We wanted it to be as broad as possible. It'll look at all the options, and we look forward to seeing the results of the results of that inquiry when the work is completed.
We all know that it is your preferred option, and that sounds very much to us on this side of the chamber as business as usual and a missed opportunity, First Minister. Now, in the national strategy, mention is also made of rural communities, the need to sustain the agricultural industry and the world-class food and drink sector that you aspire to. You say that you'll do this through post-EU agricultural and fisheries policy. Now, the need for us all to support Welsh farmers is obvious, given the contribution that they make to the Welsh economy, to Welsh culture, and the role that farmers have to play in managing our natural resources. Plaid Cymru is calling for the same level of support for agriculture to be sustained until 2022 at the very least. That commitment has been given by the Westminster Government for England. First Minister, will you make that commitment for Welsh farmers now this afternoon?
Well, I have said publicly that we will maintain the same level of support. The money has to be there, of course, and we'd expect it to be there. But I've said that what I have said, as she knows, is I think that the current pot that is available should be maintained by the UK government and distributed financially in the same way as before. And that money will then be used for agriculture. How it's then used is a matter for the government and the Assembly. But in terms of the overall money, of course, we want that to stay the same up until 2022, and I've said that several times in public.
Arweinydd Grŵp UKIP, Neil Hamilton.
Diolch, Lled. It's in the interests of businesses in Wales that export to make progress in the future trading relationships between Britain and the rest of the European Union. Is it not disappointing, therefore, that in a vote on this in the European Parliament last week, that Wales's Labour MEP and Plaid MEP voted for the Commission's position not to negotiate further, because we've apparently not made sufficient progress in the talks, which have been blocked actually by the European Commission? Aren't these people no better than fifth columnists fighting for the interests of foreign power against those of the interests of Britain?
Oh, they're Spanish fascists now, are they? There we are. Well, he will. I will allow his greater experience of that to inform us. But I have to say to him, they have voted according to the way they see the facts. The UK government's position has been a shambles from the start. 15 months in, we're none the wiser as to what the UK government's position is. They've spent more time fighting with each other. No idea of... well, the only thing we know is that they're doing their level best to deprive this institution and the people of Wales of the powers they rightfully should have. Beyond that, we have no idea. Now planning for a no-deal Brexit. I can say that no planning at all has been done for a no-deal Brexit. They have absolutely no idea what they want to do. And it's important that the UK government decides what sort of Brexit it wants. The people of Britain rejected the kind of Brexit that he wants, so it's up to the UK government now to decide what kind of Brexit is best for Britain. We've outlined our position as a Welsh government, and that is something that we think represents a sensible Brexit that represents the views that people expressed last year.
Well, it's not for me, of course, in UKIP to defend the way the UK Conservative government has embarked on this negotiation. But if he has read Mr Yanis Varoufakis' account of his negotiations with the EU, he will see there what is playing out. The EU has no serious intention of entering into negotiations with Britain for the future because their interests are to keep the remaining members of the EU together, and they want, therefore, to ensure that Brexit, so far as they can, is not a success. So we can't expect to get anything sensible out of the EU. In these circumstances, is it not incumbent upon all political parties in this country to support the broad aims of the British government, which is to have the freest possible trade with the European Union, to protect the interests of citizens, both EU citizens in this country and also British citizens in the EU? This is plainly what the government in its shambolic way is trying to do, but nevertheless, the aims are the ones which we should all support.
Well, I support those principles, but let me take him back to the referendum last year. We were told by his party and his party leader that the EU would strike a deal quickly because the EU were afraid of the UK. It was untrue. We were told the German car manufacturers would put pressure on the EU to strike a deal. That was untrue. We were told by his own party leader that the UK could look more like Norway. And now we're told it shouldn't look like Norway at all. The fantasies that were peddled last year are now coming home to roost. The reality is the EU is not afraid of the UK. Why on earth should it be? He is right. The EU wants to keep the EU27 together. Of course it does. That would have been blindingly obvious to most people last year, but not to his own party. Now, the principles he has expounded, I agree with. Who would not want to see the freest possible trading agreement? Who would not want to see the rights of citizens protected? The problem is that while we know what the EU's position is, we have still no idea of what the UK's position is and what kind of deal it wants. That's the problem.
Indeed know what the EU's position is. They don't want to do a deal. Therefore, the whole process is a waste of time. Of course, he's quite wrong. We didn't say in UKIP last year that the Germans would do a deal. We said it was in their economic interest to do so, and indeed, given that they have this year a €42 billion trade surplus with Britain, if they don't support a free trade deal, they will be cutting off their nose to spite their face, which they may well want to do in order to keep the Fourth Reich together. But nor of course, could we in UKIP determine what anybody else in any other party would be doing in any country in the EU. All that we said last year, this is in everybody's rational self-interest that we do a deal to make trade as free as it possibly can be. But if they don't want to do a deal, 85% of the global economy is outside the EU. That's growing, and we should be concentrating on other parts of the world. Therefore, what we should be doing now is scaling down the Department for Exiting the European Union and transferring those officials to the Department for International Trade and concentrating on getting on with the real business of making Brexit a success in the rest of the world.
Well, let me tell you what Liam Fox said to me when we had a meeting of all the ministers in the JMC. He said that all 53 free trade agreements that the EU had with other countries would automatically apply to the UK. Rubbish. It was rubbish. So that gives you an indication of my faith in the Department for International Trade. He cannot get away from the reality that his party, his leader, went on and on and on saying the EU will do a deal with us quickly. We heard it, the German car manufacturers will force the EU to do a deal. The German car manufacturers are more interested in EU27 than they are in the UK. He talks about preparing for a no-deal Brexit. What does that mean? It means border posts. Well, customs officers are not being recruited. Apparently, we're told to be some kind of strange pre-notification procedure on the UK side of any border that wouldn't apply in the Channel ports, and apparently it would apply magically on the open border that would exist with the EU and the Republic of Ireland. It's cloud cuckoo land. The whole thing is cloud cuckoo land. The most sensible way of dealing with Brexit is to make sure we have the best relationship we can with our biggest market. If he thinks there's going to be a free trade deal with the US, he can go and speak to the Bombardier workers. He can go and speak to the Bombardier workers. The US will look after itself. It has a government that was elected on the basis of America first. It's not going to do the UK any favours, and it's quite clear that that is not what it's going to do. Free trade agreements with countries that have considerably lower standards of living than we do end up with jobs being exported. Ask the Americans in NAFTA, it is what happened. Jobs were exported to Mexico, and many of the Midwest towns lost their jobs as a result of it. And that's what he's advocating, that kind of free trade agreement. The reality is, we need to have the closest possible trading relationship with one of the world's biggest markets, bigger than America, that's on our doorstep, that we have a land border with. If we can't do a deal with them, we have no chance of doing a deal with anybody else.
Question 3, Leanne Wood.
Diolch. How will the First Minister ensure the success of the Welsh Government's long-term strategy to combat homelessness?
Well, our commitment to dealing with homelessness is found, of course, in the budget that we published last week.
I didn't hear your answer there, First Minister, because of the mutterings to your Rio.
Well, I'll repeat it. Our commitment to dealing with homelessness...
the First Minister will repeat the answer, and his backbenchers will be slightly quieter.
Our commitment to dealing with homelessness is found in the budget that was published last week.
First Minister, last week when I asked you, you revealed that your plan to address the homelessness crisis that we face in Wales was to wait for a Labour government to come to power in Westminster. Now, I'm sure that will be of great comfort to the many rough sleepers in Wales ahead of the fast approaching winter. If we had powers over Job Centre Plus and administrative control over payments, something that Plaid Cymru has called for many years, you would have the power to prevent sanctions and to prevent the administrative fiascos that leave people destitute. Now, preventing homelessness, as you know, saves money in other public services. It also saves lives, because the increase in recent drug-related deaths are linked to homelessness. Now, it's for those reasons that we prioritise the Supporting People budget as part of our recent budget negotiations. Now, given all of this, aside from the Supporting People budget that I've just mentioned, are you seriously saying that there is nothing else that you can do to stop this growing crisis in homelessness until there is another Labour government elected in Westminster sometime in the distant future? Is that the best that you can come up with for rough sleepers in this country?
Well, we look forward to the day when there is a Labour government in Westminster, but she asked me to list what we have done. Well, 11,000 people have been helped since April 2015. The recent homelessness statistics for the first quarter of 2017 to 18 show a steady rate of success in terms of increasing demand. 63% of all households threatened with homelessness have had their homelessness prevented in Wales because of legislation that we introduced. The legislation we know has been influential enough because England is now looking to copy us. We've clearly demonstrated our determination to drive down homelessness in the draft budget. The additional £10 million for each of the next 2 years will enable local authorities to intensify their efforts to achieve the best outcome for those at risk of homelessness. We've just announced an additional £2.6 million of funding for innovative projects to tackle rough sleeping and youth homelessness. We're committed to supporting the End Youth Homelessness campaign, and we're working with it to develop an action plan to tackle that problem. And, of course, we have another round of distinct approaches, which includes a housing pathway to help ex-service personnel, the national pathway for ex-offenders, the pathway to help young people avoid homelessness, and an accommodation framework for care leavers to ensure they get the help they need to find suitable accommodation. It doesn't sound like torpor to me.
David Melding.
First Minister, I'm sure you'll join with me in commending the work of the Wallich. And in a recent report, in fact, launched in the Assembly last week, I'd found that there has been an increase in rough sleepers in Cardiff and Swansea, and that those sleeping on the streets are 70 times more likely to die from substance misuse and 11 times more likely to die as a result of alcohol. We've heard that the Housing Act does place an emphasis on preventing homelessness. That is very, very important. But the most severe type of homelessness is that affects rough sleepers. And what are we doing to help resolve those problems of those who are actually now living on the streets?
Well, the Walsh I know very well. If their headquarters in Bridgend is on the street where I live, literally down the road, and we've worked with them on a constituency basis over many years to help people who have been faced with homelessness. I refer the member back to the point I made earlier on, that we've allocated £2.6 million of the funding for innovative projects to tackle rough sleeping and youth homelessness. Important, I believe, to work with organisations who have experience on the ground and to allow them to develop the solutions that they believe are right, while providing of course, funding from the Welsh Government.
John Griffiths.
Yes, First Minister, I went on the breakfast run with the Wallich the week before last, and it was very impressive to see the support and services they offer: hot food, hot drinks, clothing, advice about accommodation, GP appointments. There was a whole range of very important support measures and advice offered by the Wallich. And we also heard first-hand from rough sleepers just what they thought the practical solutions were. For example, the consistent availability of showers at a particular time during the morning and somewhere to dry clothing, which isn't generally available in Newport at the current time, and they feel should be. So I would very much agree with David Melding that the Wallich have such a strong track record of delivery and a deal of knowledge of the practical solutions that will help rough sleepers. So I do believe the Welsh Government should be working ever more closely with the third sector and organisations like the Wallich.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need to replicate what's already being done or to reinvent the wheel. We know there are organisations who have a first-hand experience on the ground of helping people. The job of government in those circumstances is to help those organisations, and that's, of course, what we're going to do with the funding that we've announced to enable projects to come forward that are innovative, but importantly, of course, can receive the funding.
Cwestiwn 4, Hefin David.
Will the First Minister make a statement on Welsh Government policy to grow medium-sized enterprises in Wales?
Yes, Prosperity for All sets out a range of actions and priorities that will benefit SMEs, and they include the Development Bank, enhanced Business Wales support and infrastructure investment.
Just last week, the Federation of Small Business published the report Wales is Missing Middle, in which they stated that in the missing middle, medium-sized firms, those employing between 50 and 250 people, make up a slim 12% of employment. And they went on to say that of those that do exist, they often face choices to sell to larger multinational entities rather than to pursue sustainable domestic growth. What plans does the Welsh Government have to address this issue, and to what extent will it feature in the forthcoming economic plan?
The members addressed an issue there that is absolutely right. We have faced two instances in the past where businesses that the Germans would describe as the Mittelstand businesses, the owners tended to sell rather than grow. It's a problem we've had for years. We looked at one point as to whether we could look to resurrect the Cardiff Stock Exchange to enable them to grow and then become listed. It wasn't practical. That was something we looked at 10 or 11 years ago. What can we do in the meantime to help them? We've got the Business Wales service, of course, that helps SMEs, including medium-sized businesses. The Development Bank of Wales will be a core component part of the Welsh Government's economic policy and delivery. It will build on the expertise of Finance Wales. That will help SMEs to access finance. And the Economic Action Plan will undoubtedly look to support businesses of all sizes. I think it's fair to say that 20 years ago, the emphasis was all entirely on attracting overseas investment and nothing else. That's what the WDA did. That's no longer the case. We know how important that broad and strong pyramid of SMEs is, and Mittelstand businesses, if I can call them that, because they are the base of the Welsh economy, and we want to make sure that our offer helps to strengthen them as well.
Mohammed Ashkan.
Officer, last week I asked for a statement on whether the Welsh Government held plans to review the terms and conditions on which grants in Wales were made to businesses following the job losses as NewsQuest and the threat to jobs at Essentra in Newport. Both companies have received grant aid from the Welsh Government. Since then, it has emerged that that of £320 million spent on business support since 2010, less than a quarter was classed as repayable grants or commercial loans, and less than 2% has been repaid. Does the First Minister agree that there is an urgent need to review his government's policy with regards to grant aid to businesses to ensure their objectives are achieved and the maximum benefit the taxpayer is obtained in the whole Wales?
150,000 jobs have either been created or preserved as a result of the money that Welsh Government has made available. We're not going to apologise for that. The reality is that the move towards repayable finance was originally made in 2010, 7 years ago. Now, circumstances have changed since then. We found that businesses were not able to access finance. They didn't see repayable finance as attractive to them. So yes, we have provided more grants, but we have seen the results, and we've seen many, many thousands of people who are in jobs today because of the support that their government has provided for their families in order for them to have an income for the future.
Adam Price.
One of the key conclusions of the FSB report is that Welsh Government economic policy has relied too heavily on attracting foreign direct investment. Now, that's not just true of this government. It's true of Welsh economic policy going back 50 years to when Cledwyn Hughes produced Wales the Way Ahead in 1967. It hasn't worked. At best, it's been a short-term sticking plaster. At worst, it's sold the Welsh people the fallacious myth that the salvation to our economic woes would come from outside. Will we at last see a sea change in the new economic strategy so they can concentrate not on selling Wales as a location for the world to produce, but invest in our own capacity to produce, our own innovation, our own skill, our own enterprise?
I don't see the two as being in conflict. It is right to say that we have been very successful in attracting foreign direct investment, and many, many thousands of people in Wales are employed by companies outside Wales. That is not something that we should apologise for. It's a mark of our success. He is right to say that certainly the experience that I had at the start of the last decade was that economic policy was geared, because of the WDA, almost entirely towards attracting very large investments at the cost of not supporting SMEs. We can't afford to do that anymore, because we want to make sure that SMEs are able to grow in the future. At that time, our universities didn't work with SMEs. They didn't see themselves as economic generators. They didn't see themselves as having to produce start-up businesses based around their own research. That's all changed. Our universities are very much on board now. And we have worked with organisations like the FSB. We're interested in what the FSB have to say in terms of what we can do to support businesses in the future. But we have to understand that all countries, well, all open countries rely on foreign direct investment. They create many thousands of jobs in Wales. It isn't the be-all and end-all. We understand that. Getting a balance is absolutely crucial, and that's exactly what the Economic Action Plan will do.
Question 5, Mike Hedges.
Diolch, Llywyd. Will the First Minister make a statement on the advanced manufacturing sector in Wales?
Yes, the advanced manufacturing sector is vital to a growing and prosperous Welsh economy. I have a touch of the Theresa May lurgy this afternoon, I say. There's nothing behind me that will fall off, though, I trust. There we are. The sector is typified by highly skilled, highly paid jobs and above-average productivity, and will continue to support companies in the sector in Wales to sustain their current operations and exploit growth opportunities.
Can I thank the First Minister for that response? And I agree entirely that promoting advanced manufacturing is going to be incredibly important to the Welsh economy, that areas such as robotics and graphene can help grow the Welsh economy. Does the First Minister agree that there needs to be a further clarification of the definition of advanced manufacturing by the Welsh Government to exclude things like 1970s technology for colour coating steel being considered advanced manufacturing, despite the fact that both Bringwyn and Taifana Bach had closed previously?
Well, colour coating steel is advanced manufacturing. We look at Shotton, for example. It's highly technical. I mean, photovoltaic cells are involved in the production there. It's not an easy definition to make, but from our perspective, we know the sector is defined by a range of standard industrial classification codes published by the Office for National Statistics. Those codes were agreed by the private sector-led industry panel, which was established to advise both ministers and officials. And the treatment and coating of metals, including colouring, is an activity included in the range of SIC codes that defines our advanced materials and manufacturing sector. So it's a definition that is based on consultation with industry according to a set series of codes.
Russell George.
First Minister, the Welsh Government are currently encouraging manufacturing businesses in Wales to explore opportunities to export to Iran. Now, when I met with a manufacturing business yesterday, they told me it's impossible to get paid from Iranian banks because Iran remains locked out of the global financial system. Now, given that your government is encouraging Welsh businesses to export to Iran, which I welcome, can you provide some advice to manufacturers as how Welsh Government can support them in order to be paid from Iranian banks and businesses?
Well, the role of ensuring support for exporters when they seek to export to markets where payment is not always available is done, of course, by Tradius across the road. That is their role. Formerly NCM, formerly, of course, the Export Credits Guaranteed Department. So in terms of indemnifying exporters, that is not something that we would look to do. But, of course, we are looking to see what opportunities exist in Iran. It's been open as a market for the first time in many, many years, and potentially a very large market, both for exports and for imports. So we're very much aware of the situation there. We very much are working towards putting together a package of support for businesses who want to visit Iran, who want to look at the market in Iran, but it would stop short of indemnifying businesses, because that, of course, is a role for another organisation.
Adam Price.
Ydy'r Prif Weinidog yn ymwybodol bod Cymru yn gyfrifol am gynhyrchu y ran fwyaf o graffin diwydiannol yn y byd. Dyn ni wedi bod yn y busnes carbon o'r blaen yng Nghymru. Wrth gwrs, mae'n dda i weld bod ni ar flaen y gad gyda'r chwildro diwydiannol yma, 2 gwmni o Rydaman gyda llaw sydd yn gyfrifol am hyn. Fydde'n bosib i ni gael cyfarfod gyda swyddogion yr adran economi fel bod ni'n gallu gwneud y gorau o'r cyfle airaid hwn i economi Cymru?
Na, perffaith iawn. Ni moyn wrth gwrs i weithio gyda chynhyrchwyr, ac wrth gwrs lle maen nhw'n cynhyrchu rhywbeth sydd gyda gorau yn y byd, neu'n arwain y byd, ni eisiau cwrdd â'n sefyllfa lle hwnna yw, wrth gwrs.
Cwestiwn 6, Jeremy Miles.
What is the Welsh Government doing to increase the availability of housing in Wales?
Well, we are making a significant investment in all housing tenures, which is reflected in our 20,000 affordable homes target. We're providing additional support for social housing and financing to get small companies building again, as well as new schemes to make home ownership more accessible and support for innovation.
I thank him for that answer. Yesterday, I joined the Minister for Skills at Hale Construction in Neath, in my constituency, to discuss modular housing. There's a growing interest in off-site construction and meeting housing need in Wales. It brings sustainability benefits through energy efficiency and speed of construction. There's also interest from overseas companies, in particular in importing components for construction in the UK. And if the sector were to be dominated by that, that would come at the cost of sustainability and indeed the cost of the opportunity to create jobs in Wales for this emerging sector. There are policy challenges to the growth of the sector, including planning, supply chain finance and support for SMEs, which make up the current majority of the sector in terms of manufacturing. Will the First Minister commit to reviewing and addressing the policy obstacles to the growth of this sector, which, if we don't build in Wales, others will?
Well, I'm delighted that 35 schemes have applied for support from the first round of the Innovative Housing Programme. They have been assessed by an independent panel, and we will be announcing the ones that we will be supporting before the end of this month.
Paul Davies.
Diolch Llywydd. Prif Weinidog, yn gynharach eleni, fe godes i gwaith Hafan Las, grŵp lleol yn Sir Benfro sydd yn hybu cymunedau cyd-dau gyda chi mewn sesiwn o gwestiynau. Nawr, bydde cynlluniau fel hyn yn golygu tai effeithlio'n fforddiadwy i bobl leol gyda o leiaf dreian o'r trigolion dros 50 oed mwyn hybu pontio'r cenedlaethau. Yn eich ymateb nôl ym mis Mai, dwedwch chi fod hyn yn rhywbeth y bydde chi a'ch swyddogion a diddordeb ynddo, ac felly yn sgil eich sylwadau blaenorol, allech chi roi'r wybodaeth diweddaraf am siwt mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn cefnogi prosiectau fel hyn yng Ngorllewin Cymru?
Wel, ni yn rhoi cyllid revenue i'r ganolfan gydweithredol Cymru mwyn rhoi cefnogaeth i grwpiau cydweithredol tai. A mae hwn yn rhywbeth sydd yn cael ei wneud ar draws Cymru. Ni moyn wrth gwrs i hybu ffyrdd gwahanol o adeiladu tai, yn gynnwys wrth gwrs ffyrdd gwahanol o adeiladu tai gan grwpiau cydweithredol.
Bethan Jenkins.
First Minister, yesterday I was pleased to be able to go out and be a big issue vendor alongside Cabinet Secretary Carl Sargent, taking part in that process as a way of seeing how people who are potentially in between housing, who are struggling with many things in their lives, are using the big issue to sell and not to beg. And what I found was it was quite revealing as to how invisible I felt, quite frankly, to many people who were just going about their daily lives and didn't really realise that selling the big issue was part of a social enterprise and it was going to aid and help them get out of the situation that they were in. So I'm wondering if we could encourage, and you could encourage people to actually buy the big issue, and if you could tell us how you're helping people in those situations into jobs so that they feel empowered to live their everyday lives in a successful way.
I'd be more than happy to work with a big issue in order to promote it. I know as a group we do advertise and pay for that in the big issue, as I'm sure other groups do as well. But no, I'd certainly be interested in helping a campaign to encourage people to buy the big issue. When it comes to the actual vendors, their circumstances tend to be very, very different. So for them, what's needed is a tailored package to help them. But the very fact, of course, that they are selling the big issue rather than begging is a sign that they want to get onto the ladder of improving their lives and, of course, putting more money in their pockets so they can live more comfortably. And it would be useful to work with the big issue in order to understand what more could be done to help those people.
Hugh Rankin Davies.
Could I invite the First Minister to perhaps expand a little bit on the answer he just gave to Paul there on the Pembrokeshire example? Because there has been support over a number of years now for the community land trust model within Wales, and there's been many very good but relatively small-scale examples, particularly in rural communities, but now within towns as well. But if you look at, for example, the Burlington Community Land Trust model in Vermont, I believe a certain gentleman called Bernie Sanders had something to do with the establishment of it in 1983. It now has within that community land trust over 2,000 properties and protection of open spaces as well that go with it. It's a not-for-profit model, it has ownership by local people, and it's providing affordable purchase homes, not just to rent, and they share the assets when they are released, but it dampens down the rise. Now, I just wonder whether, with local authorities, with the regional consortiums we have, with the city deals and so on, would he venture to think that there is scope here for some creative thinking in the large affordable housing plans that we have, how community land trusts can actually fill some of that gap?
Yes, I do. And the advantage of a community land trust, of course, is that the land is owned communally or by a trust. The houses are leased from that trust, and so there is a limit to how much those houses can be sold for. People can make a little money from houses that they sell, but the prices are kept low enough to be affordable. So, a hugely important model that we want to promote. How are we doing this? Well, for example, in the last government, we provided nearly £2 million of capital funding to support the development of 3 cooperative housing pilot projects in Cardiff, in Newport and in Carmarthen, 87 new homes. We want to see more cooperative housing, including the CLT model, and we would very much welcome more proposals from local authorities and housing associations as to how they can be delivered.
Excellent. Question 7, David Rees.
What are the Welsh Government's priorities for securing economic growth in Abergavenny?
Yes, they're set out in Prosperity for All, and the Cabinet Secretary will publish an economic action plan later this year that will support delivery of the strategy.
No, thank you for that answer, First Minister, but many people know Port Talbot is associated with famous actors such as Richard Burton and as many others which I probably should name, but I haven't got enough time to do them all. But most people know it for its steelworks. And our local economy over the centuries has been driven by industry, is still being driven by industry, particularly with Tata and the supply chains dominant in that sector. Now, industry is at the heart of Port Talbot, so much so that even the land at Baglan Industrial Park has a covenant on it to say they should be used only for industrial purposes, quite well as it fits in with the enterprise zone in Port Talbot that's just been identified by the Welsh Government. The skills base within Port Talbot is actually based upon industry, manufacturing and construction. Now, with all that strength evident within the town, how does the building of a new prison drive the economy forward? And consequently, will the Welsh Government refrain from changing a covenant on this land that actually recognises industry as the local economic driver and not the building of a prison?
So it's not clear if there's a covenant on the land who would lift it, or whether MOJ would have to go to court to lift it. It's not clear without looking at the documentation. Port Talbot is hugely important in terms of manufacturing. We know that. A year and a half ago, he will know that things were bleak as far as the steelworks were concerned. The great fear that I had at the time, I would drive past it and I think, will we see the heavy end here for much longer? It's still there. There are plans for it to prosper in the future. Why? Because of the work and the money we put in as a government. The reality is we put money on the table, we worked hard with Tata, we convinced them about Port Talbot's future, and the workforce responded. Because the workforce made sure that the losses that were being incurred at the plant were turned around very, very quickly into a situation now where the plant is profitable. And that's a tribute to the work that the workforce actually put in. Not easy, and sacrifices we know, because the pension fund had to be made. But working with the workforce and working with Tata, we know that with the joint venture that was announced that the promise that we've been given is that there's no effect on Welsh jobs, no effect on Welsh sites. We've come a long way in a year and a half, and that's the Welsh Government working hard for the people of Abergavenny.
Question 8, Rhys Iorwerth.
Dograu'r wybodaeth ddiweddaraf am gynlluniau ar gyfer trydydd croesiad ar draws y Fenai.
Wel, ni'n dal ar amser i gwblhau'r prosiect yn 2022. Mae yna drafodaeth yn cymryd lle, mae'n cymryd lle os blynydde, gyda grid genedlaethol ynglyn â pa ffordd dylen ni i ystyried mwyn sicrhau bod y croesydd yn cael ei adeiladu.
Diolch am hynny. Dwi'n falch yn bod ni'n cytundeb cyn y gellideb wedi gallu sicrhau arian i ddatblygu'r prosiect yma sydd i angen nid dim ond oherwydd rhwystredigaeth bod pobl yn gorfod oedi cyn croesi'r bont yn aml, ond mwyn adeiladu gwetnwch i'r croesiad rhwng Môn a'r tir mawr. Ar Fehefin y 15fed y llynedd, dwi'n meddwl, nes i'r achos yn y siamber yma dros drio sicrhau bod Grid Cenedlaethol yn gwneud cyfraniad helaeth tuag at y bont yn hytrach na gwastraffu arian bosib 100-200 miliwn y bunna roi twnnel dan y fennau. Rwan bod yr dyddiad cwblhau yn hytrach na dyddiad dechrau yn 2021-22, allan ni gymryd hynny fel arwydd bod Grid Cenedlaethol wedi cytuno i wneud y cyfraniad yma erbyn hyn ac mae chwilio am fodel os ydi wireddu hynny ydy hynny, a hefyd allai gael sicrwydd y bydd ymgynghori ar y cynllun yn digwydd mor eang a mor llawn a bosib y feddolwyr yn Ynys Môn.
Wel, yr ateb yw, dim eto, does na ddim unrhyw fath o gytundeb eto. Fe nes i godi hwn dy'r grid tua 2 mlynedd yn ôl ar y pryd hynny, a eisiau styried gyda nhw am ha ffordd allwn ni ddatblygu croesiad i'r fennau. Ar y pryd hynny, doedd ddim diddordeb dyn nhw. Maen nhw wedi newid ers hynny, ond dwi ddim yn sefyllfa lle ni gallu gweud ma' na gytundeb. Erbyn mis Mai, wrth gwrs, blwyddyn nesaf, bydd ni yn cyhoeddi beth yw'r llwybr ni eisiau cymryd mwyn i'r bont i gael i adeiladu. Erbyn hynny, wrth gwrs, erbyn hynny ni'n gobeithio bod ni'n mewn sefyllfa lle bydd ni'n gwybod beth yw sefyllfa'r grid a pa fath o gyfraniad maen nhw'n bylon roi'r bont.
Diolch i'r Prif Weinidog. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r datganiad a chyhoeddiad busnes, a dwi'n galw arweinydd y tŷ, Jane Hutt, i wneud y datganiad busnes.
Diolch, Llywydd. I have 2 changes to this week's business. The Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure will shortly make a statement on consultations on concessionary bus travel, and the time allocated to Council General's question tomorrow has been reduced to 30 minutes. And business for the next 3 weeks is as shown on the business statement announcement found among the meeting papers available to members electronically.
Andrew Arty-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Could I seek 2 statements, please, Leader of the House? One, first of all, from the Cabinet Secretary for Health, as it's World Mental Health Awareness Week. I think it would be appropriate for the Cabinet Secretary for Health to provide a statement as to exactly how government interacts with businesses and works to provide mental health solutions in the community, in particular talking therapies, which is a huge area of untapped potential here in Wales, and hopefully the Cabinet Secretary can shed some light on the work that the Welsh Government is undertaking with partners to make sure these facilities are available, both in the workplace, where it's been calibrated that a £3 billion loss to the Welsh economy and £7 billion overall to the Welsh economic output is a huge financial issue that needs to be addressed. And with better provision of mental health services in Wales, we could make a huge leap forward in supporting people who face the challenge day in, day out, week in, week out. And the second point I would seek a statement from is from the Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs around animal health legislation, and in particular the competence of the Assembly as to be able to legislate in this particular area. The First Minister gave some room for optimism that the Government might well progress to reviewing and firming up the legislation in this particular area, in particular the sanction that is available to the courts here in Wales where animal welfare issues do come before them. There was a question given back to my colleague Paul Davis in December last year that indicated that there did seem to be an area of greyness, shall I just say, in the advice the Cabinet Secretary received that said that we weren't in a position to be competent in this particular field. The evidence and the information we've had from the Assembly lawyers is that the competence resides fully with the Welsh Government, and we can make progress in this area. So if we could have a statement to clarify exactly what powers are available to the Welsh Government so that the words of the First Minister can be taken forward and we can have confidence that there will be progress on animal welfare issues here in Wales.
I thank the member for both those questions. I mean, firstly, yes, it is World Mental Health today, and it is an opportunity for us to acknowledge not only that this is an issue for 1 in 4 of us in terms of mental health needs and issues, but I would again take the opportunity of saying from the Welsh Government perspective, supporting people with mental health is one of our top priorities, and we do continue to spend more on mental health services than on any other part of the Welsh NHS, with funding increasing by £20 million to over £629 million this financial year. And you mentioned talking therapies as a key point. It does include £3 million investment in psychological therapies for adults. And it is, of course, does provide us an opportunity again to focus on workplace health strategies, which of course is the key feature of today. So I thank Andrew Davies for that question. And on your second point, obviously following up from questions to the First Minister, and the Minister for Environment and Rural Affairs is very aware and mindful of the issues that were raised earlier on. This afternoon, the First Minister has agreed to write to yourself on those important issues that you raised in order to clarify competence as requested.
Mike Hedges.
The Leader of the House is well aware of my interest in Invest to Save. In fact, she's probably been missing my questions over the last 18 months or so. I would like to ask for a government statement on the success of Innovate to Save and how successful innovations are being promoted across Welsh Government and throughout the Welsh public sector.
Yes, Mike Hedges, I do miss the many questions I had on Invest to Save. Now progressing to Innovate to Save Fund, but I'm glad to have the opportunity to respond this afternoon. In fact, the Innovate to Save Fund is currently supporting 8 projects through the research and development phase of the initiative. This stage is aimed to test and refine ideas so that we can assess the suitability of each project for financial support.
Bethan Jenkins.
I was wondering if I could have another update from the Cabinet Secretary for Housing with regards to what's happening with regards to the private sector in relation to ACM. I ask for an update on this because since his previous update I've been talking to residents again at Prospect Place in Cardiff who are telling me that now people can't get mortgages to sell on their flats, even on flats that don't have ACM attached to it. And when Bellway sell their final flat to the residents, which are going to start a residence limited company, that they may potentially be then liable for the costs for any then changes that would need to be made as a result of the inquiry by the UK Government. And I think this is something which we should be concerned about because this may be quite a substantial a sum of money for people to have to pay. So I was wondering if I could either have a statement or some clarity on what those in the private sector housing will have to endure in the future.
Well, the member raises an important point which the Cabinet, I will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children to respond either in writing or indeed in a statement to members.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Presiding Officer, Leader of the House, may I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for the Environment on progress toward banning the release of sky lanterns from public land in Wales? Sky lanterns present a significant danger to animals and cause injuries and death. They can also cause fire, damage habitats, and destroy animal housing and their feed. Back in 2013, the Welsh Government wrote to councils encouraging them to ban the release of sky lantern in their land. With the Newport City Council looking to become the 18th local authority in Wales to ban the release of sky lantern from their land and to help promote alternatives, can we have a statement on whether the Cabinet Secretary will bring in the Wales-wide ban on the release of sky lantern from public land, please?
Well, I thank the member for raising an issue which indeed, as you say, has been brought before this Assembly and to the attention of the Welsh Government. And it is encouraging to hear that Newport, and to have that update on Newport's response as a local authority, the 18th out of 22, so there are more to come. But this is something which the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, I know, will have heard this question, and we can consider what more can be done in order to, again, make the important points that you've made in terms of the adverse impact of the release of sky lanterns. Of course, it may require another letter to authorities, as we did before.
Llyr Griffith.
Llywydd, gai ofyn am ddatganiad gan yr ysgrifennydd iechyd mewn ymateb i'r ffigurau sydd wedi cael eu datgelu fod chwarter holl wlau ysbytau cymunedol Gogledd Cymru nawr a chleifion dementia. Ynddyn nhw bron hanner y gwlau yn Eryri yn Gaernarfon, 14 yn Rheffynon, 18 yn Llandudno, ac mae yr oedi wrth drosglwyddo gofal wedi arwen at gleifion yn aros mewn rhai achosion hyd at 145 diwrnod, bron i 5 mis cyn cael ei ryddhau enghraifft o ysbyty yn y Waun, 102 o ddyddiau yn ysbyty Deeside, 120 ym Mrynberil, 107 yn Allwen, a mae gwaith gan Gyngor Iechyd Cymuned Gogledd Cymru wedi dangos fod y sefyllfa wedi gwethygu yn ystod y 12 mis diwetha a ddim wedi gwella. Ac mae Bwrdd Iechyd Betsy Cadwaladr, wrth gwrs, mewn mesur arbennig ers 2 flynedd a hanner. Ac o gofio hynny, dwi angen esboniad ynglŷn â ydy y Llywodraeth nawr yn derbyn cyfrifoldeb am y sefyllfa gwbl anerbyniol yna. Could I also ask that the First Minister conveys to Chris Coleman our gratitude for everything that he and his management team have achieved over the last 5 years. We'll all, of course, fully understand if he chooses to pursue a new challenge, but could the First Minister reiterate to him that it is the overwhelming view of Welsh players, Welsh fans and the Welsh nation that he should remain as Welsh manager and lead us through the qualification games for Euro 2020?
Diolch yn fawr, Thea. I think on your first important point about latest figures on the use of hospital beds in North Wales, this is a matter which I will draw attention to the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Wellbeing. Just looking at the figures for delayed transfers of care, though, which of course can have an impact in terms of the use of those beds. We are in a good place generally in terms of delayed transfers of care, and the fact that we particularly see improvements that are very encouraging. We recognise we're also moving towards winter pressures, which have an increase as well in terms of frail elderly, as well as mental ill health and those issues that they raise. I think it's, in terms of delayed transfers of care relating to the August 2017 census period, that they show increase by 10 to a total of 422, but the total is 7% down on the same period last year, and it's lower than any of the totals reported in the previous 2 years. Clearly, this is across the whole of Wales, and therefore we need to look at regional issues as well. But I do think we need to remember that some of the initiatives, like the Intermediate Care Fund, which was very much something which came out of budget agreements and discussion, has had a huge impact in enabling transfers, appropriate transfers of care, and 60 million will be in the budget, of course, to help this again. Your second point, I think we would all want to join you, and not just the First Minister, all of us here together, the Cabinet Secretary, saying here, here, in terms of Chris Coleman. I think it's his integrity, his commitment. I think we would all want to express this today, and our thanks from the whole of the Assembly, as well as the Welsh Government, and wish him well. And we don't want to lose him, but we wish him well.
Hyw'r Anca Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. Poverty in its many manifestations is insidious and complex and can be debilitating. And I wonder whether we can have a statement on the emergent trend now around period poverty, which is one of the manifestations of this within our communities. And it's been picked up with schools now who increasingly are aware that some of their young students are attending and are unable to provide for themselves sanitary products. There are some tremendous initiatives to tackle this, both grassroots initiatives and local authority-led as well. Wings Cymru, a group of women within my constituents led by Gemma Hartnell, has put together fundraising, and they're now working within 3 schools in my constituency and hoping to expand it to more schools. Rhondda Cynon Taf are currently consulting on whether or not there is a scheme that can be rolled out within their area, but this is now widespread. It's no coincidence that food banks, not only the Trussell Trust, but local church and charity and community food banks are regularly now stocking sanitary products as part of their packages that they offer to families. So could we have a statement on how Welsh Government can support and encourage both grassroots volunteer and local authority efforts to tackle period poverty.
I thank Hugh Rankin-Davies for drawing attention to these all-important initiatives, and they are local initiatives in many respects, learning from each other. You mentioned Wings Cymru, which of course again is having an influence on our neighbouring communities and authorities. And of course this is something which we would, not just as a Welsh Government, but working with our partners in the third sector as well as our local government and the health service, we would want to look at in terms of tackling what is iniquitous in 2017, that we are talking about period poverty, and I'm very grateful that you've drawn attention to the Assembly of this point this today.
Darren Miller.
Cabinet Secretary, can I ask for a statement from your colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, on the review of pay arrangements and the job evaluation scheme at Natural Resources Wales? Obviously, this is an organisation which has been formed for over 3 years now, but as I understand it, the review of the salary scales and the job evaluation schemes of the legacy organisations, Countryside Council for Wales, Environment Agency and the Forestry Commission for Wales, is still yet to be completed. And as a result, there are some individuals who have who are not being rewarded in the way that they ought to for the jobs that they are doing. Indeed, as I understand from speaking to colleagues on the Welsh Conservative benches, there are some who've actually lost out to the tune of many thousands of pounds as a result of the ongoing work. Can we have an update from the Cabinet Secretary on when this work will be complete, so that people can not be out of pocket, particularly in the run-up to the third Christmas after this organisation was established?
We have drawn attention to what is principally an operational matter, but it is important that you have drawn attention to it today, Darren Miller, in terms of NRW.
Adam Price.
A gawn ni ddatganiad o fewn amser y Llywodraeth ar ddilysrwydd yr ymyriad diweddar gan Ombudsman Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus Cymru mewn i'r drafodaeth ynglŷn â phapur gwyn y Llywodraeth ar yr iaith Gymraeg. Mae'r Ombudsman wedi cyhoeddi ymateb i hunan i'r papur gwyn, yr unig un sydd yn ddangos ar ei gwefan nhw, a sydd yn wneud yr achos dros symud swyddogaethau cwynion o'r Comisiynydd i'w swyddfa fe. Mae nifer ohono ni yn anghytuno'n chwyrn gyda'r awgrym hynny, a fe ges i a phobl eraill yn hunain mewn i'r sefyllfa ryfedd o ddadle wythnos diwetha ar y cyfryngau cymdeithasol gyda'r Ombudsman ynglŷn â mater o bolisi. Nawr, a fydde'r reolydd busnes y cytuno nad lle'r Ombudsman sydd fod yn wrthrychol ac tu fas i'r system ddemocrataidd cymeryd safbwynt ynglŷn â mater o bolisi, ac a gai yn benodol cyfeirio'r reolydd busnes at y memorandum cyddealltwriaeth rhwng Comisiynydd y Gymraeg a'r Ombudsman Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus Cymru, sydd yn dweud mae Comisiynydd y Gymraeg ac Ombudsman Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus Cymru yn cytuno i beidio adolygu gwaith ei gilydd gan ei bod yn ystyried ei hunain yn gyrff o statws cyfartal, ac hynny mae'r Ombudsman yn ei ymateb yn dweud bod nifer o'r cwynion sydd wedi mynd i'r Comisiynydd y Gymraeg yn ei eiriau fe yn ddibwys. Oherwydd pa mor ddifrifol ydy'r cwestiwn yma, oherwydd mae'n codi cwestiwn ymddiriediaeth yn wrthrychedd swyddfa'r Ombudsman, a gawn ni a wneith y Llywodraeth ymchwilio mewn i'r mater yma ar fyrder a dod at datganiad ger bron y cynulliad.
I can certainly assure the member that I will seek advice on this situation, and I will then be able to update the Assembly on the issues and what relevant action could be taken.
Simon Thomas.
Could I ask for two government statements, or well, a government statement and I think a government debate, actually. First of all, to this statement, the Leader of the House will be aware that today is an important day in our fellow Parliament in Catalonia, when they have a very important decision to respond to a referendum which was disrupted by the Spanish police with aggression and violence, and they now have to plot a way ahead. It's been very worrying that the Spanish state has not sought to enter into dialogue, or any meaningful dialogue. It's simply threatened and used constitutional law to stop the free expression of the will of the Catalonian people. And it's been particularly regretful, I think, that the position of this Labour government has been so supine in responding to that. When you're given the history of the international debates from Aberdare to Albacete, as the book tells us, and in the context, I think, of just waiting for some crumbs from the Chancellor's table. I mean, that's what makes it even more distasteful, is it seems to be done for some very short-term realpolitik rather than a long-term view of how we develop within the European commonality in terms of our regional identity, national identity and the expression of free will. Now, a significant intervention this week has been that of the elders, as they called, some 6 very senior international diplomats led by Kofi Annan, who have called for international arbitration and mediation in these circumstances. That's been backed up by several European countries, and Wales, with a strong connection to the Spanish Peninsula, remains a country with its own government and parliament, where the parliament has said something about this, but the government has said nothing. Can I urge the Leader of the House, to, even at this late stage, to make a public statement of support towards the need for international cooperation and mediation, and for the Spanish state to enter into meaningful dialogue so that the situation in Catalonia can be resolved in line with the will of the people of Catalonia. The second issue I'd like to raise, and I think this is where a debate could come in, is the publication yesterday of 2 white papers by the UK Government on customs and on trade. They are full of rhetoric. There's no actual proposals in them. It's very difficult to know what they will mean for us, but I think a debate in government time would allow us to explore how we have an input into what the customs and trade arrangements will be as we leave the European Union. To my mind, there's very little to engage with. I'm particularly concerned that the customs paper talks about the border, the land border, Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, which is fine, but it doesn't talk about the sea border that we have between Wales and the Republic of Ireland. So if we're going to see customs arrangements come into place, we need to understand what that means for our ports, Holyhead down to Fishguard in particular, and of course Pembroke Dock. There's no detail there, but there is this, I was going to say tantalising suggestion. It's not very tantalising, but there's this suggestion that we could have no deal, that we could suddenly find ourselves making customs arrangements. And yet we all know there's no preparation, there's no land set aside, there's no buildings for this to happen. Very practical things are not addressed in these papers, and yet we're told that this could be a very real possibility. So I think a debate would allow us to explore some of these issues, but I'm particularly keen, if possible today, if the Leader of the House can confirm, what input did the Welsh Government have to these 2 papers? In particular, the trade paper says that there will be input of devolved administrations. I think the use of the word administrations rather than governments tells you what they think about us, but nevertheless, it says input. So what is that input? And can we understand what the ongoing process is for dialogue around these 2 papers, which I take it now form the backbone of what the UK Government will be doing, even though the flesh is very, very thin?
Diolch yn fawr, Simon Thomas. On your first point, a very important point in terms of the fact we have, over the past few weeks, in fact, I think since the beginning of this autumn session, this has been an issue raised with me, I think, in that early week. Was a topical questions which we did respond to in the light of, our role, relationship and powers in relation to the developing situation in Catalonia. And you'll be aware, of course, of the First Minister's very strong response in terms of his on the day of that unacceptable violence and intervention. I think your point about what happens now is very appropriate in terms of the collaboration, the cooperation, the mediation that needs to take place, and it's important that you have expressed that for us again today. On your second point, yes, I'm sure that it will be timely for us to consider us having a debate now, because a great deal has happened. I understand we were asked for had no input into the 2 white papers that, as a government, that were published. We have been very constructive, and we have, of course, worked very closely together indeed with Plaid Cymru as well, in terms of having an influence to secure the best possible Brexit for Wales, and closely working with the Scottish Government to ensure that the withdrawal bill doesn't undermine the Constitution, the devolution settlement. I think tomorrow there will be a joint ministerial committee in London on Europe. The First Minister and indeed the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government will be attending. So I think it is timely for us to consider how we can then debate and consider an update on progress and our input, and indeed scrutiny across the chamber.
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. I think my colleague across the chamber there, Clear, beat me to it with the congratulations for Chris Coleman and the Welsh team. But I also wanted to add the brilliant charity Goal, who do amazing work. You know, the fans go to orphanages and they put so many smiles on the faces of so many children, and they're great ambassadors for Wales. So I wonder if we could maybe have something in a written form from the government congratulating Goal on the great work that they do in every campaign. The second statement I'm looking for is a statement on the Code of Conduct in relation to the First Minister. I wrote to the First Minister 2 weeks ago asking for him to refer himself for investigation under the Code of Conduct, under the Ministerial Code, and I've heard absolutely nothing. Radio silence. The important point is that does a Code of Conduct in this chamber apply to every single member? Yes or no? If it does, I've made allegations. The First Minister should follow Alex Salmond as an example and refer himself for an investigation under the Ministerial Code. So I'd like a statement on that, please.
I would like to thank the member for drawing attention to the good work of Goal. I think the matter of Code of Conduct is for him as well as for others in this chamber.
Diolch i'r arweinydd y tŷ. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r datganiad gan ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros yr economi a'r seilwaith ar ymgyngoriadau ar deithio rhatach ar fysiau. A dwi'n galw'r gweinidog ar ysgrifennydd Cabinet i wneud I ddatganiad. Ken Skates.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On the 22nd of August, I wrote to members about the outcome of the consultation exercise that ended on the 31st of May about the future of local bus services in Wales. As I explained in my letter, the consultation was part of the ongoing dialogue between Welsh Government, local authorities, bus companies and, most importantly, passenger groups about how we can better design and deliver local bus services for the people of Wales. This consultation ended on the 31st of May, and the summary outcome report that I shared with members in August has now been shared with stakeholders and has been published on the Welsh Government website. Not only am I grateful for the support from members in this chamber during the debate on February the 28th, I am also grateful to the 81 organisations and individuals who responded to the consultation. Now, whilst I am pleased that the headline results appear to overwhelmingly support my outlined proposals for improving local bus services in the longer term, I am conscious that some bus operators continue to have reservations about the potential for the introduction of bus franchising in Wales. I've asked my officials to continue to work with local authorities and with bus operators in Wales to shape detailed proposals that I hope to consult on early next year. I'm keen to address these concerns and enable us to better meet our shared and mutual objectives. I set out in the consultation document the forthcoming workshops that are planned for this autumn following the bus summit that took place in January will provide an excellent opportunity to develop our thinking on these very important issues. To recap, our long-term aims for our local services are to increase the number of people of all ages using buses for the daily commute to work, for education, access to health services and for leisure purposes. The availability of good quality and accessible local bus services for passengers as part of an integrated Welsh public transport system comprising a mix of demand-responsive or scheduled local transport together with longer distance express bus services that complement passenger rail services. The establishment of national and regional integrated ticketing products to better enable seamless multimodal transportation. To enable bus operators to contribute to the development and the delivery of the South East Wales and North East Wales metro public transport systems. a fair deal for passengers, staff, bus operators and the public sector, a financially viable and sustainable and transparent approach to the imposition of public service obligations, with appropriate level of compensation to operators and stable public funding arrangements, generally that provide value for money and complement the best characteristics of the commercial bus sector. And finally, to contribute to safeguarding the well-being of future generations by tackling poor air quality zones whilst also supporting a sustainable and thriving economy. I consider that these objectives are consistent with the aims we are seeking to achieve as part of our national strategy published last month, Prosperity for All, whilst the policy consultation document published on March the 8th about the future planning and delivery of local bus services in Wales contained information about the mandatory concessionary fares scheme and its operation in Wales. No specific questions were asked at that time about the scheme and its future operation. Some respondents did, however, take the opportunity to tell us what their thoughts were about the scheme, and one suggestion put forward by a major bus operator was that the Welsh Government should take direct control of concessionary travel, administration and reimbursement. Additionally, 88% of respondents expressing a preference agreed that the Welsh Government should have the power to set up regional and national ticketing schemes. These responses suggest that people want the Welsh Government to take a more active role in the planning and delivery of local bus services. And so on that basis, I am today launching a public consultation about the management arrangements for administering mandatory concessionary fares. We need to explore whether responsibility for this scheme should remain with our local authorities or whether this all-Wales scheme should be administered centrally by Welsh Government. But I am keen that we use this opportunity to ask some fundamental questions about what the scheme provides to pass holders in the future. An increasingly ageing and active population requires that careful consideration is given about how we maintain this important scheme into the future. Based on current forecasts, we can reasonably expect the number of people aged 60 and over eligible for free bus travel to increase to about 880,000 by 2021, rising to more than 1 million by 2030. So we have challenges that need to be addressed to ensure that our commitment is sustainable for the future. But let me be absolutely clear. This government's commitment to maintaining free bus travel for older people, disabled people and some injured service veterans is unshakable. The Welsh Government meets most of the cost of the All Wales scheme, currently about £60 million annually, with about £10 million being met by local authorities. And additionally, the Welsh Government funds the cost of retaining and analysing concessionary pass data, which is held by a third party on behalf of all 22 local authorities. Information gathered on pass usage suggests that around 2/3 of passes issued each year are being used, with the rest retained just in case they are required. There are currently more than 750,000 passes in circulation. During 2015 to 2016, about 35,000 passes were issued to people meeting the eligibility criteria for the first time, with a further 25,000 or so passes being issued as replacements. About 10% of passes in circulation have been issued to disabled people and disabled people with companions to improve access to our local bus network to help people live independently. But to ensure we are able to continue to support people to live independently for longer and well into the future, we have a responsibility to ensure that our scheme remains financially sustainable to meet the needs of a growing, ageing population. In addition to older and disabled people, the scheme also provides free bus travel to injured service veterans, and we remain committed to ensuring that our public services continue to meet the needs of our injured service veterans, to whom we owe a great debt of gratitude. On this basis, we are seeking views on how best access to free bus travel in Wales can be maintained into the future. In undertaking this consultation, I am also convinced that we should consider other groups that could benefit from lower cost bus travel as part of the transport contribution to our Prosperity for All strategy. In February, I extended the Younger Persons Discounted Bus Travel Scheme for a further year. And today I am also pleased to begin a consultation about how our scheme for younger people can be developed and delivered in the future to encourage more young people to use buses to meet their daily travel needs. The consultation will encourage and consider views from interested individuals, from groups, from organisations across Wales, and will look at how best to facilitate bus use amongst young people. The Younger Persons Discounted Fare Scheme consultation will last until January the 4th, 2018. And since April 2017, young people have made over 500,000 trips using the My Travel Pass, the Welsh Government scheme, providing young people with discounted bus travel in Wales. This illustrates the importance of this scheme to those users, but I wish to encourage even more young people to use buses by developing a new discounted bus travel scheme for younger people. I also hope that many young people whose only experience of bus travel is the daily trips to and from school will take advantage of an improved scheme to try the bus for other reasons, and having done so, they'll see that today's buses provide a really attractive offer. This scheme is currently based on a voluntary agreement between local bus companies and the Welsh Government, supported by local authorities. We need to give consideration to whether this scheme could be better delivered as part of a scheme delivered on the same terms as the Older Persons scheme, a mandatory scheme rather than a voluntary one. We should also consider the needs of the many people who are volunteering in our communities. We should actively consider whether there are opportunities to expand the current schemes to better meet the needs of people in our society. I believe that free bus travel makes a valuable contribution to improving the health and well-being of older people in Wales, enabling more people to remain active for longer, and so promotes independent living. The consultation on the mandatory scheme will be open until the 12th of January, and based on the results, which I will again publish, we will consider how best we can maintain our free bus travel scheme into the future in a climate of an ageing population and increasing pressures on the resources available to us. And I do think that today provides an excellent opportunity to consider both these schemes and how best we can deliver them into the future.
Thank you very much. Russell George.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement today, in which you say that you are committed, of course, to the principles which has underpinned the free bus travel scheme. And this has been a flagship policy, of course, by the Welsh Government, and your predecessor, Mrs Hart, was particularly wedded to the principle of universal eligibility. So therefore, isn't it a case of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? I would be interested in the rationale for a proposed change, as you've listed today. I would be interested in hearing from the Cabinet Secretary what his department has done to improve the way in which the current scheme is run, and what cost savings can be made in terms of administrating the scheme. Has the department done any work to ensure that it is certain that everyone who has a pass is eligible for one? What has been done to learn from the best practice as well from the Blue Badge scheme, which undertakes an assessment of eligibility? Now, as I understand it, 2019 will see a move towards electronic ticketing machines, and that new passes will be issued then as well. Has the Cabinet Secretary considered whether this will be an opportunity to tighten up the scheme and use new technology to help with the administration, reduce the cost of admin, and use potential fingerprinting technology to prevent abuse of the scheme? With regards to the concessionary arrangements for younger people and the successor scheme to the My Travel Pass, I very much welcome the fact that the Welsh Government are following in my party's footsteps in consulting on a new scheme to support younger people in using public transport. Our proposals have received overwhelming support. Young people tend to have the lowest wages and highest car insurance premiums, and travel costs are a significant barrier. Accessing jobs, training and social opportunity. So I therefore want younger people to benefit from the same travel concessions offered to Wales's over 60s. And it is clear that if younger people are introduced to public transport early, they stick with it and continue to use public transport in later life. So can you provide any commitment today, Cabinet Secretary, that any future scheme that is extended to 60 to 24-year-olds in Wales will have the same level of fairness, if you like, with those that are over 60? It is also, of course, essential that this scheme is properly funded in order to be a success. I know the government is very keen to talk about fully costed proposals, so on that basis, can I ask what funding will be attached to your proposed scheme, as it's not clear from the draft budget? And finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, the My Travel Pass scheme has been characterised as having a disappointing take-up. I notice from your consultation document published today that 15,000 younger people have applied for My Travel Pass scheme. Are you happy with that take-up, can I ask, Cabinet Secretary? And how will you ensure that any successor scheme is marketed properly and in a way which encourages high levels of take-up amongst younger people?
Can I thank Russell George for his questions? Details concerning some of those questions are contained in the documents, but I do appreciate that the member won't have had an opportunity as yet to be able to delve deeply into those consultation documents, so I hope I'll be able to answer each of the queries here today. First of all, I'd like to deal with the last point that the member raised, which I think is a very fair point, that the take-up of the My Travel Pass was not as high as I would have wished. I think not as high as anyone in this chamber would have wished. And for that reason, CPT have agreed to embark on a new marketing exercise to drive up the number of people that are applying for and securing the My Travel Pass. Indeed, I think numbers have now risen from 15 to well over 17,000. I'd wish to see those numbers increase still further. I'm going to return to the question of concessionary fares for young people in a moment, if I may, but I'll move first of all to the benefits that are offered to older people. The system is not broken, but as I outlined, we will see a significant increase in the number of people aged 60 or over as we approach the latter part of the next decade, and therefore we need to future-proof this important scheme today. Any changes that would be implemented would have to take account of the existing arrangements for people with passes. We would not, under any circumstances, be withdrawing them from those existing pass holders, but we do need to consult on the sustainability of the existing model. But as I say, currently it's not broken, but we need to future-proof it. We need to future-proof it in light, of course, of the fact that there is still no end to austerity and there are pressures on budgets right across government, and on the basis of the increase in the state pension age that the UK government is pursuing, and also consultations that are taking place elsewhere in the UK on this very same issue. The member asks a very important question about how we've learnt lessons, how we've improved monitoring, how we've improved delivery, and I think that's very, very significant, because better checks on the use of the passes has led to, as the member is aware, prosecutions taking place. That in turn is believed to have contributed to a reduction in the overall number of passenger journeys that take place annually from something in the region of 108 million not long ago to about 101 million last year. Clearly, better checks on use and reimbursements for concessionary fare schemes are leading to less abuse of the scheme, but we are constantly monitoring and carrying out spot checks to ensure that there is no abuse in the system. The member also asks about changes that could be made to ensure that monitoring is carried out in terms of, better monitoring is carried out in terms of the administration of the passes in the first place. Well, this is a responsibility for local authorities, but of course one of the questions that I am posing within this consultation is whether the Welsh Government should become a concessionary authority. That would require legislative change, but what it would enable us to do is potentially make savings, but also monitor better who is getting the passes and who are using the passes at what time of day and so forth. but it would also enable us to deploy new technology consistently across Wales in the way that the travel pass is used. And the member identifies a number of new and emerging technologies that could see the way that we pay for or go about using free travel passes change considerably in the years to come. And if Transport for Wales were to be able to develop an integrated multimodal ticketing system for transport in Wales, with Welsh Government operating as a concessionary authority, then I am confident that we could exploit all emerging technologies for the purpose of enhancing passenger experiences. I'm going to come on to the question about youth concessionary travel now, specifically about youth concessionary travel. I should just mention, though, that as an alternative to Welsh Government becoming a concessionary authority, one proposal that should be considered as part of this consultation is the establishment of regional transport authorities that could, on a regional basis, manage this scheme. In terms of youth concessionary fares, I do welcome the Welsh Conservatives' engagement in this debate. I think it's very helpful, and it's certainly assisted in driving it up the news agenda. But I would advise the Welsh Conservatives to crunch the numbers more accurately in the future. The reason that I say this is that 25 million has been earmarked for the scheme, a scheme that they propose would offer free bus travel and a third off rail for 350,000 people. I'm just going to quickly crunch the numbers on behalf of the Welsh Conservatives. At the moment, there's about 16,000 to 17,000 pass holders. They'll take approximately 1.5 million journeys on buses by March next year, and therefore something in the region of 100 passenger journeys per pass holder. On that basis, and I think it would be entirely reasonable to expect far more young people to use a free pass than a discounted pass, but on that basis, we would expect the 350,000 young people to take something in the region of 35 million journeys annually, and therefore, with an adult ticket price, let's say we guess it, which is exactly what I think the Conservatives may have done, at £2, that would amount to something in the region of £70 million for reimbursement of bus journeys, and that's before you reach the cost of reimbursing a third of the rail travel costs. So I do look forward to receiving full details of how the Welsh Conservatives propose to provide that level of offer for just £25 million. But as I say, I do welcome their engagement in this very, very significant debate. And I also do agree with Russell George when he says that we do need to incentivise behavioural change in order to decarbonise the environment, in order to deal with congestion on our roads, and to ensure that we have a more physically active population. I do think that youth concessionary fare schemes have a crucial role in that regard.
Thank you. I did allow you to do an exceptionally long answer there. But
apologies.
I have several people who, and people are adding to the list as we go, so I'm going to have to ask you to be a little bit more concise with the answers. Di Lloyd.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement on the consultation on mandatory concessionary fares scheme in Wales. Now, obviously, Plaid Cymru fully supports the concessionary fares policy introduced by my former colleague and then Deputy First Minister of Wales and the Economy and Transport Minister at the time, Ieuan Wyn-Jones. Now, for these vulnerable groups, the elderly, the disabled and some injured service veterans, this concessionary travel scheme is vital in terms of tackling isolation and increasing social interaction, tackling loneliness and isolation, which is the topic of a review of the Health Committee that I chair at present. And certainly any attempts to diminish or reduce the provision in this area will be opposed in the strongest possible terms by Plaid Cymru. Therefore, I hear what you say, but will you categorically state this afternoon that there will be no reduction in the current provision available for all people that currently qualify for the scheme? And further to that, will you also categorically rule out raising the threshold as to when older people qualify for the scheme in future? I would also support any moves to further extend the young person's discount bus travel scheme. I'm aware of the time constraints, so I won't go into that, but there are clear benefits, as already stated, that this scheme for young people's travel brings. Could you clarify, finally, as to whether the Welsh Government is considering Transport for Wales as the national body that will administer the All Wales Bus Scheme instead of the local authorities? Diolch yn fawr.
The answer is yes, that's a possibility. And with regard to the question that the member asked concerning young people, I can say that the consultation not only asks questions of whether we should extend the current system in terms of the level of discount offered, but also in terms of the age of those who might be eligible. It also includes questions about the eligibility for perhaps carers and apprentices, and also it looks at the potential to extend the scheme to those who are in receipt currently, who are unemployed and in receipt of the Job Centre Plus travel scheme card. Now, I'm keen to ensure that older people in Wales right now can rest assured knowing that there will be no reduction in the current provision. The consultation that we are commencing concerns future arrangements in light of those pressures that I indicated to Russell George. We have to make sure that this scheme is sustainable for the future, that it is affordable for the future, and that the local bus services are sustainable themselves for the future. And that's why I'm particularly keen to gather opinion, gather evidence through these two consultations ahead of producing a number of proposals next spring for how we can modernise and strengthen local public transport right across our communities.
Thank you. Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I first of all welcome the statement? Can I highlight two things? The importance of dialogue regarding bus services. Too often bus services have been run by bus companies without enough dialogue with users and others. The second thing, the importance of bus-rail interchanges. I don't think you can overestimate the popularity of concessionary travel. Its support for it is overwhelming in my constituency. Allowing elderly and disabled people to get out, meet with others, or as happens during the summer in Swansea, get down the mumbles, had a huge effect on people's health. In fact, this would probably be better off being counted as health expenditure, because it is dealing with a horrible thing that affects very many elderly and disabled people, loneliness. And anything that attacks that really is a major health benefit. I've got two questions for you. You talk about administrating on an all-Wales basis. Why not? An awful lot of concessionary journeys actually go across boundaries into Swansea and Cardiff in the south. I would guess, though I don't know North Wales very well, into a number of the resorts on the North Wales coast. Also, on the 16 to 19, I think would benefit greatly from my travel journey scheme, not just for education in schools and colleges, but also for leisure activities, and again to get out and meet friends. I think that loneliness is not a scourge only of the elderly. You can be lonely, stuck at home as a 17-year-old in front of your computer, where your only social interaction is via pixels. What is the drawback of running the My Travel scheme on exactly the same mandatory basis as the concessionary scheme?
Can I thank Mike Hedges for his questions? I'd agree that that this initiative has been one of the greatest achievements of Welsh Government, and I'm in no doubt that it's contributed to the better delivery of public services, because it's eased pressure on many public services, including the NHS and the care system. The member is absolutely right, as other members were right, to highlight the value of this particular scheme in challenging loneliness and isolation. This is something that doesn't just affect, Mike Hedges is right, older people, and that's why I'm very keen to seek views on how we can extend the scheme for young people. It's a tragic fact, and I know a number of members were present at the presentation when we learned of this from the Mersey D allowance, that in that part of Wales, and it reflects the rest of Wales as well, I'm afraid, 20% of young people cannot access a job interview because they cannot afford public transport to get to the interview. That is appalling. That must change. We're determined to change that and to make public travel a liberating experience that enables people to get into jobs closer to home, or if they do have to travel further from home, in a comfortable and reliable environment. And so I would welcome the engagement of all members in this chamber in both consultations, particularly in the question of how we can enhance the offer to young people and so many people who do such good for our country. Volunteers, for example. Okay, I take on board that, by and large, you're more likely to see people from higher socioeconomic groups and lower socioeconomic groups volunteering. But it's my view that if you are volunteering, we should give you something back. We should respect and recognise what you are giving to society. And so I very much welcome members' views on that particular question. And in terms of simply changing from a voluntary to a statutory scheme is concerned, that's one of the questions, whether we should do that. But I do hope that members take the opportunity, whilst answering that question, to look at the potential of extending and changing and improving the wider scheme, because at the moment, whilst a third off an adult passenger ticket is attractive for many young people, for others it simply is not enough, and we need to do more to liberate young people from unemployment, from loneliness and from isolation, and to make sure that we see the sort of modal shift that I think the Future Generations legislation requires us to deliver. In terms of national administration, I would wholeheartedly agree with the member that this is something that we should seriously look at. That's why there is a specific section in the consultation concerning this very issue. But as I say, it would require legislative change, whereas the potential of establishing regional transport authorities is one that would not require legislative change. I'm happy to change the law if that is the view of the majority of people who will be participating in this consultation, because essentially what we need to do is make sure that the system is right for passengers.
Thank you. Jenny Rothburn.
Cabinet Secretary, I welcome the opportunity to ensure that we can deliver the important concessionary bus fare scheme, but I don't welcome the suggestion from Plaid Cymru that we should keep the current system in aspect. It seems to me, I'm a discretionary bus pass holder, but it seems to me perfectly possible for 60-year-olds in work to not need a concessionary bus pass. And whereas it seems completely wrong that children of who are eligible for free school meals have to pay to get the bus to go to school. So I'm very pleased about your commitment to drive up the numbers who are commuting to work and school. But in a place like Cardiff, it's really, really difficult to get on the bus just when everybody's wanting to get to school and work at the same time. And I just wondered whether you consider limiting concessionary bus passes to, say, after 9:30 in areas where there's more demand than there is provision. And in light of the your mention of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and air pollution that we need to tackle, I wondered if you would consider incentives to make it more attractive for people to use the bus when they're commuting. For example, making all-day parking in city centres a lot more punitive so that people choose to do the right thing. And equally, looking at it in relation to free hospital parking for those who have a car, but no free bus passes for those who need to travel to hospital, seems to be a little bit out of kilter. And I feel we need to rethink that, as we're rewarding for people to do something that we're trying to persuade people for environmental health reasons to not do. So I welcome the consultation and look forward to seeing the outcome.
Can I thank Jenny Rathbone for her contributions and her questions? I think she makes very many interesting points, and I'm looking forward to seeing those reflected in the response from the member. I do think that it's essential that we need to protect those who have the existing passes, but I also think it's essential that we future-proof this particular provision in light of the challenges that I've now identified on a number of occasions. I think it's also essential that we look at making bus services a greater enabling vehicle for those who currently face difficulties in connecting with goods, services and for leisure purposes, who struggle to connect with their friends and family. And doing that, we need to ensure that we are identifying those groups who are currently marginalised. The member identified one particular group, the children of those who simply cannot afford to pay for public transport. Certainly that's something that we would wish to take opinion on, but I also think we need to look at other areas of service provision that are currently not covered by the scheme. For example, other modes of transport, particularly in rural areas where you don't have buses. So, for example, do we need to look at extending the scheme to include taxi services? I'm also particularly keen to ensure that we examine the role of the administration and the cost of administrating the passes. At the moment, although you may be eligible for a pass, you may not be using the pass, and so the question will be, should there be a contribution to administering the pass? It costs us about £3 per pass at the moment. It's a question that I think is right to ask. And I also think it's right to ask whether there should be limits on usage in terms of time. At the moment, we know that about a quarter of journeys are taken in peak time, peak travel time, and therefore 3/4, the vast majority of journeys are undertaken outside of those peak periods. The scheme has essentially maintained bus services outside of peak travel times. That's been an important factor in ensuring that many bus companies stay afloat in what has been a very challenging environment in which they are operating. Local authorities, I think, if they wished, could examine the charging structure for car parks, and it's my view that if we are to get modal shift and get people out of their cars and onto more public transport, we need to make sure that we've got sufficient interchanges, and this is a question that Mike Hedges raised. And I do think that the metro and the transport hubs that we can create through metro will deliver those opportunities for people to park their cars, get out of their cars, and get onto local buses or onto rail solutions. And I think that has to be right for the environment. That's good for individuals who will become more physically active. And it's also more productive for society because we're going to have more contact with one another. You know, we can't live in a society where our contact is all virtual. It's absolutely essential for our well-being that we connect with one another more regularly in person rather than just virtually.
David Rowlands.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement, and of course we in UKIP fully support the Welsh Government's free transport policy. Indeed, this was one of only 2 Labour policies that seems to have stuck in the minds of the Welsh electorate in the many years that I've spent campaigning. The other being, of course, free prescriptions, a policy, incidentally, the UKIP does not support because we believe it leads to huge abuse and waste. On the issues of bus passes, can I express a word of caution? Bus passes, free or not, are only of use if public transport is universally available. I urge the Cabinet Secretary to use the consultation process on bus transport to look at innovative ways of helping those in receipt of free bus passes to access public transport as and when necessary. Perhaps we should look at small transport units which could respond to pick-up requests from users' homes. As has been pointed out in previous debates, all too often we see large 50-plus capacity buses running with just 1 or 2 passengers. And I note Jenny Rathbone's excellent suggestion here that those with bus passes who can should use their passes outside peak times. You've obviously touched on that yourself. But given that this Assembly is committed to anti-polluting policy, surely large buses with large diesel engines running almost empty is completely contrary to meeting any reduction targets. Surely small localised transport units, even capable of running on electricity, which pick up and transport as and when required, would be far superior and more cost-effective than the modes of transport now deployed. I urge the Cabinet Secretary to explore these alternatives.
Thank David Rowlands for his contributions and for his questions. I am pleased that UKIP support the free bus passes for older people. I regret that they do not support free prescriptions for all. Removing free prescriptions, I believe, would constitute a tax on illness, but far be it for me to answer on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary for Health. In terms of the last point that was made by the member, he may recall that back in January I launched a 5-point business plan. and that was in response to the failure of a number of bus companies in Wales, including probably most prominently GHA Coaches. Part of the 5-point plan saw Business Wales assist local bus operators in identifying more sustainable business models, and part of that work in turn has identified the need to be more intelligent in the deployment of vehicles. It's not just David Rowlands. Lee Waters has also raised with me on numerous occasions the need for bus operators to deploy smaller vehicles where it is known that a route will only require a small vehicle, and it's not good for the environment. It's not good for the sustainability of bus companies to be operating vehicles that are expensive and will never reach capacity in terms of passengers on them. I wish to see that work continue by Business Wales, and I wish to see more local bus companies assisted by expert advisors. I think in terms of the availability of services, the member raises a very interesting point that in the future we are going to see quite radical change in the way that the public are mobile. And with the arrival of Uber and other operators, we will probably see an increasing number of operators offering a form of public transport that traditionally would have been delivered by small bus companies, but which could be delivered by connected vehicles. And so it's entirely possible that we'll see taxis operating more as small buses. That then presents a challenge to the existing bus operators, but it's something that I'm keen for my officials to work through and to explore the future potential of. I do think that we need to look at how we can ensure that there are services available to all people who may be in receipt of these passes. And for that reason, I've incorporated into the consultation the question about whether we extend the companion pass to 2 people. It currently applies to just 1 person helping disabled people, but I think that we need to ask the question of whether there are 2 companions needed.
Okay, thank you. I have a number of speakers left, so I'm going to just ask, there's a very short introduction to your 1 question, and then that way we'll get all 4 of you in. Lily Morgan.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Dwi eisiau canolbwyntio ar mater o deithio ar fysys yng nghefn gwlad. Un peth sy'n gwylltio i fwy na dim byd yw wrth i mi deithio o gwmpas Gorllewin a Chanolbarth Cymru, yw i weld bysys cyhoeddus yn teithio o gwmpas yn costio miloedd ar filoedd o bunnoedd i'r pwrs cyhoeddus, a tro ar ôl tro yn gweld nesa i neb yn ei defnyddio nhw. A mae'r mater o sicrhau fod hen bobl yn anwedig yn gallu teithio o gwmpas yn cefn gwlad ni yn hynod o bwysig. Ond fy ngofed i yw ein bod ni'n gosod atebion sy'n briodol ar gyfer ein dinasoedd a'n trefi ar gefn gwlad Cymru, lle bydde system sy'n fwy hyblyg ac sy'n ymateb i ofynion yr unigolyn yn fwy perthnasol. Mae'n od, dwi'n cytuno gyda David Rowlands ar y mater yma yn unig, jyst fel bod ni'n glir. Ond dwi yn meddwl bod rhaid i ni hefyd meddwl am y dyfodol ac am y ceir trydanol. Dwi'n meddwl bod na chwildro ar frin dod, a mae hwn yn fater lle mae rhaid ni cymryd hwn o ddifri. Wrth gwrs bod rhaid ni cael bysys i gymryd myfyrwyr enghraifft i coleg neu yr ysgol, ond mae'r mater yma o gael system hyblyg lle enghraifft bydd ei ddim yn bell nawr cyn bod ni'n cael ceir trydanol heb yrwyr. Nawr, yng nghefn gwlad Cymru, fel ym mhob ardal arall, mae angen i'r ceir yma ddarllen y ffyrdd. Allen nhw ddim darllen y ffyrdd os nag oes paent gwyn ar ochr pob ffordd. Nawr, mae yna ffyrdd mewn ardaloedd anghysbell lle dyw hwnna ddim yn bodoli. Dwi'n meddwl bydd rhaid i Llywodraeth Cymru feddwl o ddifri am sut mae hynny'n mynd i ddigwydd yng nghefn gwlad Cymru, a bod ni yn symud tuag at system lle ni yn defnyddio ceir trydanol heb yrwyr yn ein ardaloedd cefn gwlad. Dyna hoffwn i glywed wrthoch chi heddiw. Bod hwnna'n rhywbeth chi'n fodlon ystyried. Diolch.
Okay.
Can I thank Elena Morgan for her question? I think she raises a really, really exciting area of study at the moment, and it's one of the areas of work that the Automotive Technology Park in Ebbw Vale will be examining, because I think there are experts now, indeed there's Paul Davis within Industry Wales, who's identified the need to ensure that connected autonomous vehicles are not just produced for urban use, but there is also rural use applied to their manufacturing as well. And for that reason, I'm keen to make sure that Wales is at the forefront of developing a rural autonomous programme, because it could be something that we could sell, roll out, protect intellectual rights for, and roll out right across the UK and indeed much of the Western world and more rural parts of and less developed parts of the world. So I do think as we horizon scan the potential of electric vehicles, we also bear in mind that connected vehicles and autonomous vehicles will lead potentially to fewer people owning their own vehicles, but hiring, renting autonomous self-driving vehicles. And that in turn could lead to fewer cars being parked up on driveways and on roadsides, and more cars actually being used more of the time on our roads. It presents huge opportunities, big challenges, but it's something that my department, my officials are currently looking at very much through the lens of not just how we can solve problems and take advantage of opportunities for urban areas, but how we can model bespoke solutions to more rural areas as well.
Thank you. Hugh Rankin-Davies.
I noticed that in Bristol, a youngster can travel within the inner zone all day long as much as they want on a bus for a couple of quid. Now, that's real affordable, accessible transport. Now, I know that's an inner-city area, but it's only £1.50 more to go into the outer ring as well. Now, that's the ideal situation. So could I suggest, if you look at Bridgend, for example, as a hub where people travel from Bridgend, into Bridgend from the valleys and out as far as Cardiff and out as far west as Swansea, there is an ideal inner and outer ring. It should be affordable within a couple of quid for anybody who's using it. And I love the idea of actually saying to youngsters, you can have it free if we can afford to do that. Because not only getting them in the habit, but if you're working on a part-time casual job, where frankly they're paying you the minimum wage or below, they're calling you in when they want it, to ask them to pay a £5 to travel there and back is beyond the wit of men to actually make it affordable. So there's a perfect idea of a use of a hub, and we need zones that people can identify with in their travel to work areas.
Can I thank Hugh Rankin-Davies for his question? It's a very important point he raises. It's covered on page 12 of the consultation document, the question of whether a user contribution scheme should be introduced. Now, this is something that we've seen in Bristol and in other parts of the UK as well. Mersey Travel Operator Scheme that I believe charges young people £1.50 for a single ticket, but £2 anywhere, anytime during a given day. This is incredibly important as we consider the cost of public travel for young people. So the questions that are posed within the consultation concern the potential contribution scheme, and we ask whether the cost of any journey, and I would base it potentially not just on a zone, but anytime, anywhere, so that it could apply equally to rural areas as it does to urban areas. We've indicated perhaps 20 pence, 50 pence, £1 or £2, or consultees can actually respond with their own suggested amount. But I think it is something that we need to take very seriously and consider very carefully.
Thank you. Darren Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. You probed earlier on Russell George in respect of the Conservative costings in relation to the free transport for young people offer that we announced last week, and I can assure you that they are fully costed and be very happy to share those costings with you. In fact, those costings are based on the costings of the existing concessionary fare scheme and directly applying them to young people who would be eligible. I just want to ask two questions, if I may, very briefly. The first is in relation to the costs of the existing My Travel Pass scheme. It strikes me that for the number of individuals participating in that scheme, the figures for 2016-17 worked out at not far off £1,000 per individual who was participating. That seems absolutely extraordinary when you consider that you can buy an annual pass with most bus operators for less than £500, and that pays for all your journeys, not just giving you a third off. In addition, you did make a brief reference to rail travel in your statement. Of course, students can take advantage of student rail cards at the moment, which are very very often, in fact, they're currently on offer for 15 quid, which would give them a third off their rail fares. It strikes me that that students in particular are very often having to do long journeys, particularly to and from their places of higher education, in order to get back to their families. Will you look seriously at our proposals to extend, effectively make all young people in Wales eligible to access a young person's rail card within this offer that you are currently reviewing?
Can I thank the member for his questions? I think, first of all, in analysing the data that you have provided so far on your proposal, I should draw attention to the fact that you're proposing to offer free travel, not discounted, free travel to all young people, I think, up to the age of 24 and including 16 to 24. At the moment, the scheme, costed with a dodgy calculator from a joke shop, I think, the scheme currently provides approximately 1.5 million passenger journeys per year and costs 1 million, but that's only for a third off. If you were to then calculate 35 million passenger journeys, you're looking at a whole lot more, which makes it unaffordable within the current budget envelope that's been applied to it. Nonetheless, as I said to Russell George, I do welcome your contribution to this important debate. And if the figures can stack up,
listen to the answer, please.
And if the figures do stack up, we are more than willing to assess the benefits of them. But in terms of the wider question about how much we put in and how much we take out, the member is absolutely right. For the scheme at the moment, it's cost 1 million. There's something in the region at the moment of about 17,500 pass holders, be 1.5 million passenger journeys. Compare that to more than £250 million that we put into bus services in the totality as a government and with local government for 101 million passenger journeys per year. I've been very clear in the past, and I'm going to say it again today, I do not believe the taxpayer is getting out of bus services what we are putting into them, and therefore reform of public transport next year will be crucially important in getting value for money, in getting services that are more accountable to the needs of taxpayers and passengers, and in making sure that we drive up quality right across the board.
Very much, Cabinet Secretary. Item 4 on our agenda this afternoon is the statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Wellbeing and Sport on the National Planned Care Programme. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Vaughan Gething, to make the statement.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to update members on the National Planned Care Programme. This was established in 2014 with the aim to reform and improve NHS planned care specialities. The programme uses the expertise of clinicians in Wales to identify and promote best practice. Unless we are able to achieve reform and improvement in practice, then we will not continue to deliver high-quality and sustainable healthcare services. Our vision is of a modern healthcare service ensuring patients' needs are addressed at the right time, in the right place, by the right clinician. The planned care programme is helping to take that forward with a small number of speciality implementation and transformational plans. Over the last 2 years, the programme was focused on ophthalmology, orthopaedics, ear, nose and throat, and urology. And these are specialities where there are either unacceptably long waits for treatment or elements of clinical risk to long waits. And a speciality plan for dermatology was introduced within the last few weeks. The National Planned Care Programme is empowering healthcare professionals with opportunities to review their practice, replicate and then implement the very best possible standard. And an early focus of the programme has involved working with clinical specialities to help them understand the demand for their services, their capacity, and to support them to develop plans to bring their services into balance. And that means reform if we are to see progress. It's meant acknowledging limitations on the current ways of working and committing to addressing variations in practice within and between organisations. And those variations in practice also lead to some variations in outcome. When we launched the programme, we wanted to build on good practice that is already taking place within our system. We have a range of positive examples to highlight. In Wales, for example, we now have orthoptists giving injections directly into the eye to treat conditions such as wet age-related macular degeneration and diabetic macular edema, using a device that has been developed here in Wales by a consultant in Wales. In a number of health boards, people with hearing problems can now be examined by an audiologist without having to travel further than their own GP surgery, and that will now be extended to other health boards following a successful pilot. The redesigned prostate cancer pathway, which is now in place across Wales, involves a multi-parametric MRI scan followed by, or rather before, a trust biopsy, and that's significantly reduced the number of biopsies carried out, which we know are painful and potentially dangerous to the patient. The Planned Care Programme has published a small number of key impact changes, and these direct health boards to actively manage follow-ups, which is the next area of priority over the rest of this year. Because follow-up outpatient appointments account for a considerable amount of activity undertaken by the NHS. Traditionally, patients have routinely been given appointments rather than the appointment being based on their clinical need and with the most appropriate healthcare worker. And evidence has shown us that around 9% of patients already do not attend their follow-up appointments, and that in itself is an unacceptable waste of resources. So we will focus upon reducing the number of follow-up appointments offered, as is clinically appropriate and for the right healthcare professional. Some of the changes that I expect to see rolled out across Wales include the rollout of more virtual clinics, the introduction of virtual reviews and patient-reported outcome measures in Cardiff and Vale, reduced the number of hip and knee appointments needed to be seen by a consultant by 70%, that's 70. Health boards need to redesign appointments so patients can receive all necessary treatment in one visit, also known as more one-stop clinics. And these are already being used extensively in urology and are receiving a positive response from patients. And the training of healthcare specialists to undertake appointments, releasing consultant capacity. In Wales, we're rationalising, for example, our ophthalmology services by increasing the number of appointments done in the community using optometrists and nurses, and that's released capacity in busy consultant clinics, more capacity for people who really do need to be seen by a consultant. And we are already receiving, from these changes, positive feedback from clinicians, operational staff and patient representatives who have been involved since the programme was established. So the Planned Care Programme is starting to deliver changes. So some of the outcomes already achieved include the introduction of national follow-up guidelines for ENT services. That's been endorsed by all health boards. Evidence from a Nair and Bevan Health Board shows a potential to reduce unnecessary follow-ups by approximately 40% across Wales. And other health boards are now implementing and following those guidelines. They already have an impact as patients waiting for their first appointment across Wales have reduced from over 3,000 in March 2016 to 1,949 in March 2017. Then there have been 863 fewer referrals this year compared to the same period last year. More patients are now being seen by an audiologist rather than an ENT consultant. That means around 72 patients per month are now being seen on a revised pathway direct to an audiology service. That means across Wales, patients will be seen quicker, as they're not waiting to see a consultant in clinic, but will be seen and assessed in appropriate community settings. And our National Clinical Musculoskeletal Assessment Treatments, that's CMAT for short, our principles document has been agreed based on best practice models currently in place in well-established services. And starting last month, that's now being rolled out across Wales. And that should ensure that patients with musculoskeletal problems have access to a wide range of community-based treatment opportunities in addition to secondary care services. And that should ensure that patients are seen by the right healthcare professional as appropriate. It should also reduce demand on our orthopaedic services. Health boards in Wales have seen a reduction in the number of early suspected cancer patients being referred into secondary care since the asymptomatic non-visible hematuria guidelines were adopted. In ophthalmology, the number of GPs referring patients to secondary care since the programme started has reduced from 17,775 in September 2015 down to 14,268 in March this year. So as a result, more patients are being seen in the community by optometrists. It is still the case that some people still wait too long for treatment. Health boards have action plans in place to reduce long waits, and last month the Welsh Government invested an additional £50 million to help the NHS further improve waiting times. We are seeing improvements in planned care services, however these are not happening quickly enough. There needs to be a greater pace and consistency amongst all health boards in delivering improvement. That's why I really do expect good practice to become standard, consistent practice across Wales. I expect health boards to adopt or justify, and the planned care programme will therefore become an integral part of the IMTP process. Health boards that do not plan to deliver the planned care action plans will not have approved plans. And I said this is a clinician-led programme. So I want to finish by thanking Peter Lewis, the consultant vascular surgeon, who is leading the planned care programme. This is not a straightforward process. It involves people in different specialities coming together to agree, and that isn't always an easy process. And it involves service planners and leaders, so every chief operating officer takes part within the conversation. But the straightforward challenge now is how our National Health Service delivers against this clinically-led improvement programme that Peter Lewis has helped us to create. And there is a really significant prize for staff and the wider public in reducing waiting times, reducing variation, whilst improving efficiency and outcomes for patients. So I look forward to seeing action this year and the next in every health board across Wales.
Thank you very much. Angela Burns.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'd like to thank Cabinet Secretary for his statement today. In your statement, Cabinet Secretary, you highlight some welcome examples of good practice. What I'd like to know, though, is when could we see the results of all the pilots that were run, good, bad or indifferent, such as the health literacy questionnaire that was run by Cwmtath or the patient activation measures that were run in Cardiff and Vale? Because I think we can learn lessons from all the pilots. Is there anywhere we can go to have a look at them so that we can evaluate each and every one of them? Could you also confirm that you are reviewing best practice examples, not just within Wales, but whether you're looking at other countries, either other home nations or within Europe? What are you using to benchmark these best practices so that something we think is good really is absolutely the best it can possibly be? And how are you monitoring against developments in good practice elsewhere? My third question, Cabinet Secretary, is I'm a little bit concerned by your comment about the 9% of people who do not turn up for follow-up appointments. That is obviously totally unacceptable, and I agree with you on that. But you mentioned that your way of dealing with it will be to stop offering so many follow-up appointments. Could you please clarify whether you already know the type of person who is likely to be in that 9%? Have they not been turning up because actually we've just been far too extravagant and offered them follow-up appointments when it wasn't clinically necessary? Or are they just people who've not turned up because they feel better and so they can't be bothered? Because what I wouldn't like to see is by refusing or by deciding to offer less appointments, we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater, and people who do need follow-up appointments are not given those. Virtual clinics. Really welcome step forward, and I think that's a great idea. But could you please tell us what you're doing to ensure that poor broadband or poor IT knowledge does not stop those who need to use them or could use them from using and being part of a virtual clinic? And finally, Cabinet Secretary, one co-designing planned care event was held in 2015, and there were 2 planned for 2016. But search as I may, I cannot find the information that says whether or not those events went ahead. Could you please tell me if they did go ahead? And is this an ongoing programme? Are there more of these co-designing planned care events in the pipeline? Is this what forms Peter Lewis's thinking on delivering the model that we have here before us? Because I think it's very important to be able to invest all of our stakeholders with real authority and real ability to take part in delivering truly integrated services. Thank you.
Thank you for that series of questions, so I'll be happy to respond to. On your first point about all the pilots and evaluation and whether all the evaluations are available, I couldn't actually tell you to hand each one of the lists that you've set off and where it is and isn't available. What might be helpful, though, if you write to me with a list of the particular areas that you're interested in, where you're not sure if there's been an evaluation of a pilot, and I can then respond to and then make sure that other members are copied in as a result. On best practice, it's interesting, I've had a number of interesting meetings with Peter Lewis talking about where, from the start of the programme to carrying through. And one of the phrases he used, I think, is very useful, is about adopting a best-in-class standard. So understanding what is the best-in-class, having evidence to get there, and then saying this is what we now need to do. And in doing that, there is evidence from within Wales, but across the UK system as well, of course. And an interesting part is that actually our surgeons, for example, but also clinicians at every level, are interested in what happens internationally as well. So we have that evidence that is being brought to us and is available. What I don't want to do is to get stuck in looking for ever more evidence before we decide, actually, this is what we need to do in the here and now, and here's how we need to plan our service. That's understanding both the demand coming in and how that's managed, as well as then deciding when we need different parts of our system to see them, how do we do that? Because otherwise we'll never plan for a service. We'll always be thinking about the next step and the next change in demand and then how we actually have our activity to match it. And some of that then comes back to your next series of questions about the do not attend rate and reducing follow-up appointments. We're exactly in the space of making sure that we, A, want people to attend appropriate appointments, and that people will continue to be offered an appointment that is clinically appropriate. The first point is that we already recognise we drive unacceptable waste and variation into our system, in some parts of it, by offering standard follow-up appointments that are not clinically appropriate. And it is also then about understanding if somebody needs to be seen, who do they need to be seen by? That's why in ophthalmology field, for example, we already now are moving to a system where we're managing more and more of those follow-up appointments in the community. So if you go into a range of your high street optometrists, they will be able to tell you about a range of the services they now provide. And actually, when I've spoken to optometrists during ICO Week, they were generally excited about what they were doing. In fact, one optometrist described to me as, this is great, it's wonderful. We're now having people referred to us on an emergency basis, in one instance, by GPs. That didn't happen before. But also we're doing more and more of what happens in the aftercare. So before we used to be a giant refracting machine, and now we're using our clinical skills that we've actually got, and it makes the job more interesting. That's the same in a range of other areas as well. And, orthopaedics are another example where we have a hugely inefficient system in some parts of our service, and there are real gains to be made in efficiency and value for the citizen, but also for the whole service as well. That does require change in behaviour from a range of our clinicians who are deciding whether to provide people with follow-up appointments. And virtual clinics, and this is a really good example of how people can receive care from a clinician where it's appropriate, from a consultant potentially, who is fixed in one point and where people travel to a different one. For example, I saw this directly in Betsy Cadwallader. I was in Ysbyty Gwynedd, and the consultants there were able to provide a clinic with very high-quality images from people who were many miles away, but for them it was an easier place to go to. And there's something here about understanding the quality of our broadband network and the work that my colleague Julie James is leading on, understanding how and where we have the high quality of broadband available. And that may mean a short distance travel for people, but it will be more local to them to receive their care. And that goes into us having more care delivered closer to home. And on your point, co-design events, we have had 2 events within the last year as public large-scale events, but it isn't just the large-scale events. The PREMS work, the patient-reported experience measures, and the PROMS work, the patient-reported outcome measures, really matter. Because that is about us trying to understand on a regular basis what matters to patients in terms of experience, what matters in terms of outcomes, and how we then deliver against that. So people are actually giving information that will be acted on in our system. So we're trying to do the right things. As I say, my frustration and my desire is that we do more of that, more consistently, and at greater pace.
Brina Piorwedd.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd. We have a portrayal here of a situation that is under control. And of course there are areas, be that geographic areas or areas of specialism, where great ground has been made and things are getting better, and there are signs that things are getting better. But certainly for too many patients, especially in orthopaedics and ophthalmology, certainly in the Betsy Cadwallader area, there is real cognitive dissonance here, hearing a Cabinet Secretary saying that things are getting better when that does not reflect the reality on the ground. How can we have 100+ week waits for urgent referrals in orthopaedics when a Cabinet Secretary claims that things are getting better, although not fast enough? How can we get people to accept that things are getting better, that we're on a road to improvement, where we have in Ysbyty Gwynedd, for example, a situation where no elective surgery, it seems, took place in orthopaedics between December last year and April or May this year? This is a situation that is getting worse, not just in terms of perception, but in terms of realities on the ground for far too many patients. And I say that, as I referred to earlier, in realising that there are areas where, of course, we are getting better, but these are areas where we cannot brush the reality under the carpet. Let me ask a number of questions. Would the Cabinet Secretary report support a full audit report of management of waiting lists, looking at how management of waiting lists play into delays, how much of a factor poor management is, whether the NHS will have systems in place that stop operations being cancelled because a consultant is on annual leave, for example, which is a predictable event. I'll ask one of my usual questions on data. Waiting time statistics don't measure follow-up waiting times, which are particularly important, for example, in eye care, where poor follow-up care can miss complications that can lead to irreversible sight loss, and also for orthopaedics, where solid aftercare and a check on the progress of aftercare can have a real impact on the prognosis for patients that have undergone treatment. Will the Cabinet Secretary also accept that until fundamental workforce issues are resolved, we will not be able to have the kind of sustainable NHS that can be confident in knowing that it is on top of the waiting time issue? We have highlighted many times in this Assembly the need to ensure that we have the right staff in the right places in order to meet the demands, the ever-increasing demands that are placed on the NHS. And can we have an acceptance that at the heart of moving forwards to that sustainability that we all need has to be a much more ambitious, a much more rigorous workforce plan that can give us confidence that gaps will be plugged in years to come, so that the increasing problems that we're facing, for example, in orthopaedics in places like North Wales, can be resolved. And also one final question. Ophthalmology and orthopaedics, areas where we seem to be facing some of the biggest problems, are areas where there is among the highest instances of private practice. Is this something that the Cabinet Secretary will look into to see if there is a means of ensuring that the NHS really does become a priority for those people that have been trained to treat patients in Wales?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the questions. I'll start with, I won't leave unchallenged your assertion that there's somehow an air of unreality in the statement that I've made. I think my job is to be balanced in what I say and do, and I make no apology for being both positive about what has happened, positive about the future, and at the same time frustrated and demanded that we haven't done more. And in my statement, I expressed very clearly that some people wait too long. That is why we have had a planned care programme, and several years after we've introduced that, we still haven't done enough from my point of view. And that's what part of the point about bringing a statement here is to be honest about the fact that the progress we have made doesn't mean that the deal is done, far from it. And it also, I recognise, not just in this place but on a regular basis, that there are variations within health boards and there are variations across health boards about activity, and orthopaedics is a good example. The progress that we've made in some health boards is not being reflected in others. You're seeing in North Wales a challenge that is seen more generally about rising demand, about how capacity and demand do and don't align with each other, but actually there is a bigger problem in North Wales and in other parts of our system. There's been a bigger ballooning in the waiting list there than everywhere else. And that's not me telling tales out of school, because the figures are there to view. And I don't try and pretend that those figures don't exist. For me, that is the increase in urgency that is required for lessons not to be learned and talked about, but to be delivered in practice. I do not want to keep on coming here and explaining why parts of our service are not making the progress that others are as well. There has to be a proper demand, both from clinicians themselves. They should be frustrated about where they are, about the length of the list they have, about the people that they see. And the leaders and managers in our services should be frustrated as well. And that's why I was really clear both in my statement and you see it again in the planning framework for the intermediate medium-term plans. I expect to see the planning care programme delivered. And that isn't going to be a negotiable part of what health boards want. If they want an approved plan, they have to plan to deliver it, and then they have to be able to demonstrate they are doing so as well. And in North Wales, you know that I am expecting imminently to see the plan that the Health Board have for improving their orthopaedic function. And I expect that plan to be robust and I expect it to work. And if not, there will be a rather more difficult conversation. Now, that's not me threatening an organiser, it's just being honest about where we are. And that's a straightforward conversation that I have had and that system leaders have had with each other as well. This is not a game, this is genuine and it is serious. And I think it really does affect the ability and the willingness of staff to work in their service as well, to know that there is a real understanding that improvement is required. In terms of how we manage our system to reflect what actually happens, that again is part of what we need to do better. So there's something not just about the follow-ups point, but then how do you actually make sure the consultants and people are saying they will see people are available. It isn't just an issue about consultants, because that goes into one of your other points about how we actually deal with workforce issues and waiting time. We've spoken before about Health Education Improvement Wales finally come into being, with the Chair having started work. And I think that's a generally exciting way about the shadow body starting, looking ahead to the formalisation and coming into being on a statutory basis in April next year. And that should help us improve our function in planning and understanding who we need, and in what number, and across which particular areas of staff. Because this again becomes something that, again, I make no apology for repeating the message, particularly as we've had more public conversation about austerity and the reality of it. If austerity continues, it will drive public service against public service. And we see that in some of the comments made by some actors in the field outside here. Actually, whilst austerity continues, we have awful choices to make where there can be no winners. It is simply about how we make difficult choices between different parts of the public sector. So my message to the health service, in public and in private, is the responsibility to use the additional resource to make a real difference in the here and now and moving forward. And that comes alongside not just a demand for not just having more staff than ever before in our service, the continued demands for more staff, and in every speciality area, in every lobbying group, they almost always call for more staff. Actually, what we have to understand is how many more staff do we think we need, and how much smarter can we be with the staff we already have. Because if we only think about expanding our service in numbers being the only answer, we will miss a proper trick in what we are able to do. That's why the message of prudent health about doing only what you can do really matters. That's why people seeing the appropriate healthcare professional really matters, because we can create more capacity for consultants if different healthcare professionals have different parts of their job that they can do as well. It's why the physiotherapy work and the CMAT service really does matter. It will be a better service often for the individual citizen. They'll get seen more quickly, and if they do need to then go and see a consultant, the quality of the referral will be better, and we won't be unnecessarily putting people into queues for an operation that they may not need as well. So that has to be an essential part of what we do. And I finally just want to do your point about follow-up and RTT. I don't want to avoid this because I think it's really important. I've acknowledged previously that there are some of our measures on RTT that don't necessarily make sense. They don't give us the assurance we'd want to because they're only measuring activity and time at a certain point. And at that point, it may not be driving the right clinical behaviour. So on eye care, for example, I accepted that our current measures probably don't give us the fullest reflection and assurance. And that's why work is already ongoing with a pilot that is due to start this autumn in 2 health board areas, in ABM and in Betsy, looking at what we could do to have a new set of measures to drive more appropriate clinical behaviour. And we'll then have a better understanding of the risks we are carrying in our system and a proper identification. And that does look at follow-ups where it's clinically appropriate to do so. So we'll have a system that I think will make more sense, but it won't be comparable with England. And that isn't about saying I'm changing the goalpost to avoid a comparison with England. I'm doing it because I think, and I've been persuaded by the clinical case, that it's the right thing to do for the staff, and much more importantly, it's the right thing to do for our patients.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary. No one in the Chamber would disagree with the overarching principles of your plan, which include improving patient experience whilst keeping the costs of care to a reasonable level. And in this respect, the 1,000 Lives improvement to help Welsh Government and NHS Wales establish sustainable services and improve patient experience in planned care specialities is welcome. Indeed, the Wales Public Services 2025 programme, hosted by Cardiff Business School, has put the choices in Wales into sharper relief in its recent report, when it states that under certain assumptions, 56% of the budget could go into the Welsh NHS by 2021, and the percentage might be even greater in subsequent years. So therefore, we do have an issue here where we put more money in and we're not achieving our targets. So I wonder if you could make a comment on that, please, Cabinet Secretary. The term patient experience covers a number of areas, which include both patient outcomes and patient waiting times. As you've stated in answers to my questions last January, we need to balance the reduction of waiting times with the quality of interventions and outcomes that patients receive in Wales. So how do you, as Cabinet Secretary, plan to do this? I welcome the news in your statement concerning the redesign of the prostate cancer pathway across Wales, having heard from many constituents in my region about the difficulties of previous treatments that were around before the pathway. Similarly, the rollout of one-stop clinics mentioned in your statement is also to be welcomed. Also, the intention of the programme to develop patient-reported experience measures, PREMS, and patient-reported outcome measures, PROMs, to capture and analyse patient experiences of services along elected pathways. However, I'd like to ask Cabinet Secretary the extent to which community health councils will be involved in the capturing of patient experiences. If they are not sufficiently involved, then we may run the risk of having two separate records of patient experiences, one in the PREMS and PROMs reports and the other via community health councils. Would it be far better if patient experiences recorded via each of these avenues were put together, and in order to gain the most lucid picture of patient experiences? I welcome a holistic approach to patient care and lifestyle modification, and I would ask what up-to-date advice and research from other groups will be incorporated into the holistic approach and lifestyle modifications. Previous documents concerning the care programme mention that one of the aims is to reduce variation across Wales. For example, such an aim may result in reducing the number of follow-up appointments that are offered following surgery, as this may be an accepted practice in other UK health services. Whilst being broadly supportive of the overarching aim of ensuring that NHS Wales costs are kept at reasonable levels, I must emphasise, Cabinet Secretary, that every case is different. Sometimes a variation in services and appointments to treat the same or similar conditions, maybe in different areas also, is absolutely necessary. So there needs to be room for sufficient flexibility within the programme. The evidence of 9% of people not attending follow-up appointments mentioned in your statement is disturbing, but every case is different, and we must not seek to reduce follow-up appointments across the board if such a practice does not produce optimal results for the patient. The evidence that your statement cites from Aneurin Bevan University Health Board, which has the potential to reduce unnecessary appointments across Wales, is welcomed, provided that we can ensure that such appointments are genuinely unnecessary. That is to say that they are routine cases without complications or exceptions. Therefore, Cabinet Secretary, could you ensure that health boards have clear guidance on what constitutes exceptional circumstances in a given case? And moreover, when a case is deemed exceptional, please could you ensure that health boards have clear guidance concerning what further resourcing would be considered permissible or best practice? I note that your statement says that there has been a reduction in the number of non-urgent suspected cancer patients. However, I have mentioned in the past that when someone is given a cancer diagnosis, and diagnosis is of the utmost urgency for them, we need to ensure that they have best patient outcomes, and when a person is told that they possibly have cancer, that we treat all of this as urgent, because to that person, the word cancer means that something is going on that needs urgent treatment. Finally, I understand that the planned care programme currently focuses upon 4 surgical specialities: ophthalmology, ENT, orthopaedics and neurology. I have read in your statement since that there are more in the pipeline. So, without wishing to run before we can walk, I would like to ask whether there are any long-term plans for the programme to apply to other surgical specialities or other areas within the NHS Wales. And if so, what methods would be used to evaluate the effectiveness of the programme upon the initial 4 surgical specialities? Thank you very much.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In responding to the questions and the points made, I'll start by repeating and then adding a little to some of the points that I made earlier about finances and the reality of services. As you're right, our current projections show that we'll spend comfortably more than half of the Welsh Government budget on the health service in the medium-term future. That is because of the choice this government is making, on the one hand, to prioritise the health service, to make sure that frontline services are funded, and that we have a generally sustainable system. We're not doing those simply on the basis of our long-standing political commitment to the service, but because of the objective ends we've taken both from Nuffield and then the Health Foundation, with the gap that needs to be met to keep the service sustainable. That includes not just more money going in, it includes continuing efficiency gains being made year on year within our service. And the risk to that also is staff. It requires a continuing element of wage restraint, otherwise the service is not affordable. And there we come back to both the pay cap and a UK government decision on whether they are prepared to be serious about the pay cap. And I know they've recently confirmed they're going to put off putting evidence in for the pay review bodies. It means that our public service workers who are expecting the reviews to take place won't know what the position is till much later in the year. And any pay rise of any level is likely to be delayed as a result. That may produce a saving to the Treasury, but I think puts more pressure on our hard-pressed staff. And it goes back to the central choice about austerity. The financial lead for the WLJ, Anthony Hunt, this weekend made the point Tory austerity pits public services against public services. If it doesn't end, it will have catastrophic results for communities up and down the country. On our challenge here within the service on reducing waiting times and making sure the trade-off in quality, I recognise what you say about how we try and measure, how we get an understanding of what the patient experience is. And it isn't just PREMS and PROMS versus the CHC movement. It's just about understanding where is a differing role for different parts of our system. I think PREMS and PROMS could and should be really useful in understanding people's experience and proactively asking people what matters to them, then designing services about what patients tell us, but equally about understanding there's more than one place to go and get this. So it's in the numbers that we have, but it's also in the clinical audit work that takes place as well. There's rich areas for improvement there as well, and that benchmarks us across other parts of the UK system. In each of the implementation groups, you have major conditions. The third sector are always involved within that, so you have an area of challenge from those groups who are acting, if you like, as the voice of the patient within those services as well. And a good example of where a third sector group help us to understand the patient voice is in the Macmillan survey we just had, telling us about cancer services and the direct patient input. So we understand from a variety of sources what patients are trying to tell us about services they value and how they want to see them improved. And in trying to make those more consistent or complementary, we should not choke off different areas to understand what people tell us. And your points about follow-up, I think I've broadly dealt with. I'm pleased you recognise that ENT appointments in Aneurin and Bevan have reduced by 40%. The challenge is that, as Angela Burns is asking, how we make sure that follow-ups are clinically appropriate and we don't drive unhelpful demand into our system that is of no value either to the clinician or to the citizen. And I don't think there's a great level of reassurance to ask to be told to come to a hospital site for a follow-up appointment with a consultant. If you then wait for a period of time, you have to try and park somewhere, go along and take a significant part of your day, and if you then have 5 minutes of time with a clinician who says, everything's fine, thank you very much, that isn't a great use of that consultant's time, and it often isn't a great use of the citizen's time either. So there's much more efficiency that we could get by actually, in a clinically appropriate manner, changing where the follow-ups happen and who people actually go to see. And on your other points about other areas for the planned care programme, well, that comes down to the advice we'll get about the right number of areas, but also the capacity of our system to make a real difference in these high-volume areas of activity. And on cancer, there's more work that we're doing on how we refine our cancer pathway to understand how we get the right system to deliver the right results for our patients.
Thank you very much. Jenny Rathbone.
We obviously have to get citizens more involved in looking after themselves rather than clogging up our GP surgeries with sore throat, for example, when they could easily self-medicate. I just wanted to speak about the visits that I had with you to PB Opticians in Pentwyn, where Claire Pearce and Francesca Bowler have piloted a real-time imaging connection with the Heath Hospital to enable the consultant in the hospital to instantly see the patient's eye who may or may not have a macular disorder which might need urgent treatment or maybe not. And that seems to be a fantastic innovation that enables more people not to have to go to hospital unless it's absolutely necessary. We want people to be going to hospital because they've got a life-threatening condition that, that needs to be treated immediately. So I think that was a fantastic example of innovation that, that we could be pushing forward on, I hope, in other parts of Wales. Tomorrow is World Obesity Day, and I'm horrified to read that adult obesity is going to go up from 27% to 34% if we do nothing about it. And we clearly need to change the conversation with citizens if we are going to prevent the collapse of our health service under pressure from increases in cancers and diabetes and other conditions that are related to obesity. In terms of, I welcome the virtual review that's gone on of hip and knee appointments, which has reduced massively the numbers of people who need to be seen by a consultant. When there was a flurry of activity around the excessive waiting times for operations just before the end of recess, it was obvious to me that Cwm Taff had consistently not had a problem over several years. So I wondered how the Cabinet Secretary is ensuring that best practice, which appears to be present in Cwm Taff, is being rolled out across the rest of the health boards to ensure that we're doing the right thing to ensure that people aren't waiting longer than they need to, and we're eliminating unnecessary consultations from the system.
Thank you. I think there were a couple of comments and a couple of questions I'll try and answer promptly. Deputy Presiding Officer, on common ailments, I think you're right, it's a fair point to make. Will people go to see the appropriate person in our system or to self-medic and care for themselves? It's why the rollout of our community pharmacy programme, the Choose Pharmacy programme for the common ailment scheme, is really important. And we're making very good progress, having more and more pharmacies available for that first point of contact without needing to take up GP time. On the point about PB opticians in Pentwyn, I'm genuinely excited about the pilot that they are taking part in with another larger multiple optician Specsavers in the middle of the city and also in your constituency. And I'm interested in having a follow-up visit with them as the model that they're piloting is then used over a greater period of time. So I hope to go back over the new year and to look again at with months of practice where that is delivering the gains that we think it could do, both for the clinicians in either setting, but also importantly for the citizen as well. And assuming that works, I am then keen to see that rolled out across the rest of the country as well. So it's a really exciting pilot to be taken forward. And on the point about obesity, you'll know that Rebecca Evans is leading our national strategy to draw together, because we recognise that our challenges about diet and exercise are real and significant challenges in almost every area of activity. And actually, encouraging people to maintain a healthy weight and more activity is a really important part of driving demand out of our system. And if we can't do that, we have very real challenges about having a more sustainable service. So I do look forward to us being able to take advantage of the ability to do that. And I'm optimistic about where we will be as a government. The challenge is, can we persuade the public to do more things for themselves, because it's in their interest to do so, and not simply about making life easier for the government.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Item 5 on the agenda is a statement by the Minister for Lifelong Learning and Welsh Language on the rapid review of the Welsh in Education Strategic Plans of 2017 to 2020. And I call on the Minister for Lifelong Learning and Welsh Language, Alan Davies, to make the statement.
Diolch yn fawr, Deputy Blawydd. Mae cynllunio strategol y Gymraeg mewn addysg wedi gosod sylfaen gryf ar gyfer cynllunio addysg Gymraeg, ond mae gymaint wedi newid ers i'r deddfu safonau a trefnidiaeth ysgolion Cymru 2013 dod i rym stadidol. Mae rhaid i ni nawr asesu a modneiddio'r y ffordd yr ydym ni yn cynllunio addysg Gymraeg mwyn adlewyrchu yr uchelgais Cymraeg 2050, gan cydnabod fod addysg yn gatylydd i allweddol a gyfer newid. Yn y haf eleni, mi nes i ddatgan cynllun y Llywodraeth i gyrraedd miliwn o siaradwyr Gymraeg erbyn y flwyddyn 2050. Mi fydd hyn yn gofyn am uchelgais, cefnogaeth ac arweinyddiad gan awdurdodau lleol, llywodraethwyr, penaethiad ysgolion ac, wrth gwrs, rhieni a plant eu hunain. Mwyn cyrraedd ein target o 40% o ddysgwyr yn derbyn addysg Gymraeg erbyn 2050, mae rhaid i pob un ohonyn ni cydweithio gyda'n gilydd. Cefais i fy'n siomi gan diffyg uchelgais o fewn y cynlluniau strategol y Gymraeg mewn addysg a dechrau'r flwyddyn. A dyma pam cafodd Aled Roberts i benodi i gynnal adolygiad bris o'r system ac hyd a cysylltu ar awdurdodau lleol i drafod i cynlluniau cyfredol. Derbyn Lywydd, mae adolygiad bris yn disgrifio teg o'r wybdaeth o ymgyrch Cymru a gyflwynodd Aled Roberts. Rwy'n hynod diolchgar efo ac i'r 22 o awdurdodau lleol am eu cydweithrediad a rhyb rybydd ynglyn cyd at rhandaliaid eraill ac i mewnbwm ac ymroddiad. Mae'n bwysig i ni gyd nodi bod lot fawr o bobl ar draws y gwlad wedi cydweithio yn galed iawn gyda ei gilydd mwyn cyrraedd y nod lle dyn ni gyd eisiau bod. Mae adroddiad Aled yn cynnig 29 o argymellion ar gyfer datblygu'r cynlluniau i'r dyfodol. Mi fyddwn ni'n derbyn pob un o'r argymellion. Mae'r broses hon wedi cynnig gorolwg annibynnol i mi o'r hyn sydd angen i newid a sut y gallwn ni weithredu'r newidiadau hynny mewn ffordd gynhwysol. Mae Aled wedi cynnig adolygiad i ni o gynlluniau pob un awdurdod lleol. Ar dechrau mis Awst, mi nes i llythyru yr awdurdodau mwyn rhannu i sylwadau. Mae fy swyddogion i wedi bod yn cydweithio'n agos gyda'r awdurdodau yn ystod y misoedd diwethaf mwyn diwygio, cefnogi ac herio cynlluniau. Rydyn ni yn disgwyl derbyn y cynlluniau diwydiedig o fewn yr wythnosau nesaf. Mae adroddiad Aled hefyd yn cynnig argymellion ar gyfer cynllunio addysg Gymraeg ar gyfer y dyfodol. Mae'r ymgynhellion yn cynnwys adolygiad o'r amserlenni y WESPs i gyd fynd â rhaglenni cyfal-araf Llywodraeth Cymru yn arbennig rhaglen ysgolion unfed ganrif ar 20. Dylid targedu buddsoddiad calafaf mwyn sicrhau cysylltiad rhwng rhaglenni ysgolion a chyn ysgol. Yn ail, dylid sefydlu panel neu ffordd mwyn trafod a pwyso a mesur y newidiadau sydd i angen i'r deddfwriaeth a rheoliadau sydd cyn i gael eu cyflwyno gerbron y cynulliad. Yn drydydd, cryfhau y perthynas strategol rhwng Llywodraeth leol a'r mudiad meithrin mwyn sicrhau twf a lefel pob sir fydd yn cyfrannu at y dargedau cenedlaethol Llywodraeth Cymru a hyd y daith at 2050. Symleiddio proses categoreiddio ieithyddol ysgolion. Cynllunio a gweithredu bris mwyn cynyddu nifer o athrawon sydd yn cael eu hyfforddi i addysgu yn y Gymraeg. Llawydd, un o'r argymellion oedd i sefydlu bordd, ac dwi eisiau symud ymlaen i sicrhau bod yna cynrychiolaeth o bob rhan o'r sector o addysg i fod yn rhan o'r bordd yma. Dwi wedi datgan sawl tro na all y Llywodraeth wneud hyn i hun, ac mae angen i bawb sydd ar rôl yn addysgu ein pobl ifanc gymryd rhan yn y siani hwn. Mi fydd cynlluniau ar gyfer buddsoddiad cyfalafaf ysgolion cyfrwng Gymraeg yn ganolog i dwf addysg Gymraeg. Bydd unioni'r wybodaeth sydd o fewn y cynlluniau strategol a cheisiadau busnes ar gyfer pob un awdurdodau lleol ymgyllid yn sicrhau cysondeb. Rydyn ni eisoes wedi sicrhau fod y cylch nesaf o fuddsoddiadau cyfalafaf yn cymryd ystyriaeth o weledigaeth Llywodraeth Cymru ar gyfer miliwn o siaradwyr. Ac mae cynlluniau drafft cynnar ar awdurdodau lleol yn edrych anoddawol. Ond, gwnewch i mi fod yn cwbl glir. Fai ddim yn cymryd dio dim un cynllun sydd ddim yn dangos uchelgais. Mi fyddai'n parhau i drafod gyda awdurdodau lleol hyd nes byddwn ni wedi derbyn cynlluniau sydd yn adlewyrchu uchelgais Cymraeg 2050. Mae'n bwysig i nodi bod rhad amcanion poblogaeth ysgolion yn awgrymu y bydd niferoedd yn eitha statig rhwng y 10 ac 20 mlynedd nesaf, A felly, mi fydda'n gofyn I cynllunio diwydiedig hyn yn ystyried dullau arloesol o gyfer y tyfu'r y darpariaeth. Mi fydd hyn yn gofyn am fwy nag agor ysgolion newydd yn unig. Mi fydd y Llywodraeth, gyda cymorth ac arweinyddiad y bordd, hefyd yn achwilio opsiynau ar gyfer categoreiddio ysgolion yn ieithyddol mwyn cynnig gwell eglurdeb a natur y darpariaeth cyfrwng Gymraeg sydd ar gael yn ein ysgolion ni. Sialens amlwg arall fydd I sicrhau niferoedd digonol o fewn ein gweithlu addysg mwyn cwrdd a cynnydd yr ydyn ni'n anelu at gweld. Fi darodd ysgrifennu'r Cabinet dros addysg gyhoeddi rhai wythnosau yn ôl I bwriad I fuddsoddi 4.2 miliwn o'r gyllideb addysg mewn datblygu gweithlu sydd ar gallu I ddysgu trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg. Mi fydd hwn yn cynnwys I hangu ar cynllun sybathol 1.2 miliwn ac I hangu rôl consortia addysg gyda 2 filiwn o bunnoedd. Felly, ein bod ni wedi cychwyn ar ein daith I weithredu newidiadau angenrheidiol I weld twf mewn addysg cyfrwng Gymraeg, does gen I ddim amheuaeth fod angen gwneud mwy. Mae'r rhaid I ni deddu I cryfhau a mae'r rhaid I ni edrych mewn fwy o fylder at y strwythurau presennol. Rôl y consortio fydd sut ydyn ni yn datblygu dulliau glir ac effeithlon o adnabod y galw am addysg Gymraeg. Llawydd, yn union ar ymrwymiad yr ymateb I sialensiau uchelgeisiol yr ydyn ni wedi gwynebu yn y hir tyma I sicrhau miliwn o siaradwyr Gymraeg, mi fyddwn I fel gweinidog yn parhau I weithio mewn partneriaeth ar awdurdodau lleol a randaliadau allweddol eraill I sicrhau bod cynlluniau strategol y Gymraeg mewn addysg yn gweithio I Gymru gyfan. Diolch yn fawr.
Darren Miller.
Llywydd, and can I thank the Minister for his statement and for advance copy of the statement which I received this afternoon. Like him, I was very unimpressed to see the lack of ambition in some of the local education authority proposals and plans which were published, and I was very pleased to welcome the rapid review which he announced earlier this year, which has now been completed by the former colleague in the Assembly, our former colleague in the Assembly, Aled Roberts. We all know that we're not going to achieve the ambitious target of securing 1 million Welsh speakers here in Wales without actually growing the number of young people and children in Welsh medium education. So absolutely we need to drive that ambition up, and I'm looking forward to being able to see the new strategic education plans which are coming forward from the local authorities in due course. But the Minister made reference to the fact that he had seen that he'd had some correspondence with local authorities about those plans, and I wonder, Minister, whether you would publish for the record that correspondence so we can see exactly what you challenged those local authorities about. Because I think in the interest of transparency, so that we can all agree with him and perhaps support the suggestions that he was making, it would be good to see that on the public record. I also note, of course, that that the Minister's made quite rightly a reference to the proposal to establish a board to see the improvements through, and has suggested that that board will include representative small sectors of education. I was particularly pleased to hear him refer to the nursery education sector, the Kilch Maithrins. And in fact, I would go so far as to say I was at my local Kilch Maithrin in Abergele, which was celebrating its 50th anniversary on Friday. And I can see just how valuable that is and what an asset that is to the local community. And it's the success at that very early age which then encourages parents to get those children moving on into primary education through the medium of Welsh, and indeed gives them the confidence to allow those kids to go on into secondary education. One area that you haven't talked much about actually in your statement is the role of the further education sector. And I wonder if you could tell us to what extent they're engaging with local authorities, because obviously one of the weaknesses that Aled Roberts did identify was the need to ensure that there was progression enabled, if you like, and there was a significant growth in further education through the medium of Welsh. We know that it's not where it should be at the moment, and we've got children and young people leaving their secondary education, wanting to go on to further education through the medium of the Welsh language, and they simply can't get it. And where it is available, it's a sort of phony provision, because very often it simply means doing exams through translators, rather than actually being able to do the whole gambit of their courses through the medium of Welsh. You've also made reference in your statement to the valuable role of youth work, Welsh language youth work. And I know that one of the things that we've been looking at in the Children and Young People and Education Committee is the provision of youth work across Wales. And one of the concerns that we flagged up in our recent report was the need to ensure that there is access to Welsh medium youth work provision. Given that faith communities across Wales are the single largest provider of youth work in the country, can you tell me what activity is going on in terms of engagement between your government, what sort of levels of engagement you expect the local education authorities to have with faith communities, given that they're such significant providers, and where there may be a need to support some of those faith communities to introduce more Welsh into their provision? Is that something that the Welsh Government would be interested in doing? Note also that you made reference to the anticipated population projections in Wales for school populations, and that the Welsh Government expects it to be fairly static over the next 10 to 20 years. Now, we know that local development plans are rolling forward across the country, many of them with significant housing growth. In North Wales, I think if you tot up the individual local development plans, it's around 100,000 new homes which are planned over the course of those plans being implemented. That's a huge, 100,000 population terms, rather, that we're going to expect to grow that population by just in North Wales alone. And I suspect that similar levels of growth are planned for elsewhere. Can you tell us whether you take into account that growth within your estimated population figures, and also advise on what you expect local authorities to do in terms of those Section 106 monies that might become available as a result of that growth for investment in the capital infrastructure to support the growth of Welsh medium provision in the communities that might be affected. I am concerned, frankly, that the existing Welsh language impact assessments which local authorities are required to undertake with regard to developments over a certain size, that they're not always looking for opportunities through their Section 106 agreements, to extend Welsh medium provision in their communities. And I think that that is something that perhaps there's been a bit of a blind spot to, and perhaps you can tell us whether this is something which is emerging as a theme from some of the draft WESPs that have been presented to you. And finally, just on the subject of the timetable for any legislation that might emerge. Obviously, once the board is established, I presume that you will task it with exploring how the legislation can be best framed and to bring proposals forward to you. But clearly, we need to make some rapid progress in this Assembly in terms of trying to set the path going forward so that we can achieve the ambition that's in Cymraeg 2050. And I, for one, would like to see a very clear timetable for that board to work to, so that we can hold you to account as a government minister for delivery against that timetable. And I wonder whether you've any idea at the moment in terms of an indication as to when you expect that board to be able to report back to you. I know it's not been formed yet, but to report back to you in terms of the timetable for any legislation for the framework that might be required. Thank you.
I'm grateful to the Conservative spokesperson for the constructive way in which he has approached his remarks this afternoon, and I think there is a fair agreement on the basic analysis that we've made on all sides of the chamber, and agreement that we all need to share the same ambition and level of ambition for the plans in each local authority area. Can I say to him, I expect to be able to publish the agreed WESPs by the end of the year. and I will look then at how we publish all the sustaining and supporting information, and look at how we provide members with all the information they require, both to hold us to account in terms of the decisions that we take, but also in understanding the way in which we've developed policy in this field, and to enable others to understand the process that we've been through over the last period. I've made a number of statements in this area, and I hope that I've been consistent in the approach that I've taken, in that I've sought always to build bridges, and I've sought always to reach agreement. I've sought always to encourage, support, enable, facilitate. I've sought always to have a conversation rather than simply send letters and demands and diktats from this place. I hope that this approach is going to bear fruit, and I hope that the approach of working together across all parts of our country is one which will receive broad support on all sides of the Chamber again today. In terms of establishing the board, as I said in my statement, I will look towards how quickly we can move forward to doing this. You've asked a number of questions on legislation. Clearly, I published a white paper on the Welsh language in the summer. These proposals are not a part of that white paper. However, I don't have any formal proposals yet for primary legislation. What I want to be able to do is to look at the interplay between primary and secondary legislation. Some of these areas are the responsibility of a Cabinet Secretary for Education, and we will need to take a considered view on how we approach having a holistic and comprehensive statutory framework which enables us to take these decisions, but also which enables us to have coherence on the statute book. So I will look at the relationship between primary and secondary legislation, and when we're in a position to take decisions on that, I will make a further statement to this chamber. I hope the member will forgive me for being a little reticent with timescales on this. I want to be able to consider the proposals that I've made in the white paper first. I want to be able to ensure that we have a coherence on that sort of area of policy, and then to ensure that we have coherence in terms of our current set of WESPs, and then learn the lessons from both those two policy imperatives before coming together to provide further clarity in terms of how we will take forward any legislation in this field. But certainly I will be coming back to the Chamber to make further statements on all of those matters. In terms of moving forward, the issues over early years and nursery education are areas which I've been given some great consideration to. We are aware of a number of examples. The Cabinet Secretary reminds me of a situation in her own constituency in Builth Wells, where a Maithrin has led to a growth of Welsh medium education in that town. And it's an interesting example, I think, of what might be possible in other areas as well. And I hope that we will be able to see a significant growth in the experience of the Welsh language for children at the earliest years. And I say that in a very broad way because there will be different and appropriate settings delivering different levels of the language in different ways in different parts of the country. But what I hope we'll be able to do is to ensure that all our children, to the very youngest age, have experience of listening and hearing and learning to speak the Welsh language, whether they go on to a formal education in Welsh or in English. So I hope that we'll be able to give that some examination. In terms of the FE sector, the Cabinet Secretary for Education made a statement on this over the summer in terms of the Task and Finish group, which Delith Evans has chaired and led, and there will be further statements on how we're going to be taking that forward in the coming weeks. Myself and the Cabinet Secretary have met with colleague Cymraeg Cenedl Laethol in order to consider the implications of Delith Evans' work, and we will be taking forward those recommendations in due course. In terms of youth work, I recognise the point that's been made, and I think the use of the language outside of the classroom and the schoolyard is absolutely essential. I hope that faith groups will play their part in that, and all groups in different communities will play a role in enabling people to socialise, particularly young people to socialise through the medium of Welsh. In terms of local development plans, clearly this is something which is being a matter of some debate locally in different parts of the country. I have met the Cabinet Secretary for the Environment in order to discuss how we can take these matters forward. We are still considering our position on that. For me, I see no reason at all why local authorities cannot ensure that any schools built as part of 106 agreements in local development plans cannot ensure that the Welsh language is a part of that. Clearly, again, in different locations, in different communities, we'll have different results of that consideration. But it appears to me that there's no reason at all, or certainly no good reason, why the Welsh language should not be a material consideration in terms of those 106 agreements, and that Welsh medium schools should be considered on the same basis as English medium schools. So I hope that we'll be able to take that forward. I hope I've covered most of the questions that you asked, Deborah. I'm very grateful to the considered way in which the Conservative spokesperson has approached the statement.
Llyr Griffith.
Diolch Llywydd, a gai ddiolch i'r gweinidog am ei ddatganiad, a hefyd ategu'r diolch ar y record, a dwi'n siŵr dyn ni wedi diolch yn gorffennol i Aled Roberts am ei waith ar y cynlluniau strategol yma. Chi'n dechrau'ch datganiad drwy ddweud bod y cynlluniau wedi gosod sylfaen gref ar gyfer cynllunio addysg Gymraeg. Wel, wi ddim eisiau anghytuno gyda chi'n y frawddeg gyntaf, ond yn amlwg mae yna bobl wedi cwestiynu a dyn nhw wedi bod yn ddigon cryf, a mae'r ffaith bod ni leini nawr yn awgrymu fi bod nhw ddim. Dys ond rhaid edrych ar critic gan rhieni traddus Gymraeg enghraifft ar rai o'r cynlluniau unigol i ddangos bod yna achos mawr am gonsern. Ond mae pethau'n gwella o fan ymlaen, gweinidog mae rhaid i ddweud, ac dwi yn cytuno â chi bod yn rhaid addasu a moderneiddio nawr y ffordd i ni yn cynllunio. Ac chi'n berffaith iawn i ddweud, nid dim ond rôl i'r Llywodraeth yw hyn. Mae'r awdurdodau lleol, y byrdde llywodraethwyr, y prif athrawon, y rhieni a'r plant eu hunain a'r gymuned yn ehangach, wrth gwrs ar ôl bwysig i'w chwarae, ond y Llywodraeth sydd yn gorfod dangos yr arweiniad, mae rhaid i'r Llywodraeth ddangos arweiniad cryf, arweiniad dewr, arweiniad diwyro, mwyn sicrhau bod y gweddill yn dilyn. A heb hynny, yna dwi yn ofni fyddwn ni'n cychwyn o fan o wendid. Mae gen i ffydd, byddwch chi'n gwneud hynny fel gweinidog, ond yn amlwg byddwn ni'n pwyso arnoch chi sicrhau fod hynny yn digwydd. Nawr, dwi'n croesawu fawr y ffaith eich bod chi'n derbyn y deunaw argymhellion yn adroddiad Aled Roberts, ond fel i chi'n gwybod, wrth gwrs, nid derbyn yr argymhellion yw'r prawf, ond y modd yr un i gyd yn ymateb i'r argymhellion hynny ac yn gweithredu yn sgil yr argymhellion hynny. I chi'n dweud na fyddwch chi'n cymeradwyo dim un cynllun sydd ddim yn dangos uchelgais, a allai ddim anghytuno gyda chi, ond y cwestiwn sydd gyda fi yn fyna yw, beth yw'r ffon fesur fyddwch chi'n ddefnyddio i benderfynu a os na ddigon o uchelgais neu beidio? Beth yw uchelgais? Achos mae uchelgais mewn un rhan o'r wlad yn amlwg yn mynd i fod yn wahanol i uchelgais mewn rhan arall o'r wlad. A mae hynny'n bwysig oherwydd, mwyn i ni allu eich dal chi i gyfri, mwyn i chi fod yn atebol, mwyn tryloiwyd hefyd, mae rhaid i ni ddeall beth yw'ch diffiniad chi o uchelgais. A dwi'n gwybod dyw'r argymhellion ddim yn argymell targedau penodol i wahanol rannau o'r wlad. Yr unig gyfeiriad dwi'n credu i dargedau yw i edrych ar dargedau meini prawf sy'n cyfeirio sicrhau cyfleoedd i bobl ifanc ddefnyddio'r Gymraeg tu allan i oriau ysgol. Nawr, fydden ni'n licio clywed sut falle fydd rhain cael ei creu. Ond mae angen yr eglurder yna ynglyn â beth yw uchelgais. Ac a dweud y gwir, mae rhaid ni gymryd cam yn ôl hefyd, oherwydd licen ni gael eglurder ganddoch chi prynhawn yma ynglyn â'r targed mwy cyffredinol o safbwynt nifer y siaradwyr. Ydy'r targed sy'n dod o Cymraeg 2050 ar gyfer y ganran o blant 7 oed sy'n derbyn addysg Gymraeg wedi cymryd lle y darged o strategaeth 2010, oherwydd o strategaeth 2010 yn dweud y dyle 30% o ddisgyblion 7 oed dderbyn addysg drwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg erbyn 2020, ond mae strategaeth Cymraeg 2050 yn dweud y dyle 30% gael ei gyrraedd erbyn 2031. Felly fydden ni licio bach o eglurder ynglyn â yn union pa darged i ni'n gweithio tuag ati. Mae cyfeiriad wedi wneud yn barod at blynyddoedd cynnar, wrth gwrs, sydd yn gwbl allweddol, oherwydd os ydyn ni'n colli yn pobl ifanc ni yn y blynyddoedd cynnar yna mae'n bosib neu mae'n fwy tebygol yn sicr y byddwn ni wedi colli nhw i'r iaith am byth. A mae'r cynnig gofal plant yn gwbl ganolog I hyn ac yn y cytundeb ar y gyllideb rhwng y Llywodraeth a Phlaid Cymru wrth gwrs I ni wedi sicrhau y bydd yna arian ychwanegol I mudiad meithrin a bydden ni'n edrych ymlaen I drafod gyda chi sut y gallwn ni sicrhau bod hwnnw yn cyfrannu at yr uchelgais I ni'n rhannu fan hyn o safbwynt cynyddu y niferoedd o blant sydd yn cael gofal plant ac addysg yn ysgol gyfrwng y Gymraeg. Chi'n sôn am yr angen I symleiddio proses categoreiddio, a bydden ni yn cytuno gyda hynny, oherwydd, os gyda fi ddim ffydd bod y broses categoreiddio ar hyn o bryd yn ddigon ystyrlon. Mae'n ysgolion yn yr un categori, yn yr un sir, sydd yn gwbl wahanol o safbwynt I naws a angen ieithyddol. Ac felly mae angen mynd i'r afel a hynny. Ond fel rhywun wrth gwrs sydd â phrofiad, a fydden ni'n datgan bydd fel llywodraethwr ar ysgol gynradd fan hyn, lle mae yna frwydr wedi bod, mae'r rhaid I ni yn yr hinsawdd sydd ohoni ac yn hyd-destun yr uchelgais mae'r Llywodraeth yn ei ddangos, beidio goddau sefyllfa lle mae yna ysgol mewn un categori iaith yn mynd I gael I sraddio I gategori arall yng nghyswll neu yng nghyd-destun a drefnu, ac felly mae rhaid gwarchod rhag hynny. I chi'n dweud, cyfeirio at rhaglen ysgolion yr 11 ganrif ar 20 wrth gwrs, a mae hynny yn sefyll I reswm, I chi'n dweud bod chi eisoes wedi sicrhau bod y cylch nesaf o fuddsoddiad cyfalaf yn cymryd ystyriaeth o weledigaeth Llywodraeth Cymru ar gyfer miliwn o siaradwyr. Felly allwch chi ymelaethu chydig ynglyn â hynny, sut yn union I chi'n gweld hynny'n digwydd, a pa sicrwydd sy'n yna y bydd hynny yn digwydd. Ac jyst I orffen a pigo fyny ar y pwynt wneithbwyd ynglyn ar y ffaith bod chi'n dweud bod yn rhaid I ni ddeddfu I gryfhau. Dwi'n deall y bwriad I newid y fframwaith ddeddfwriaethol. Dwi'n deall bydd y panel neu'r bwrdd yn pwyso a mesur y newidiadau. Oeddi chi yn rhoi canfas wag lwyr i'r bwrdd yma, neu oeddi chi'n gweld nghyd-destun y ddeddfwriaeth presennol yn unig? Mae eisiau eglurder dwi'n credu ynglyn â'n amlwg deddfu o gwmpas cynlluniau strategol, bydd categoreiddio yn dod fewn i'r cyd-destun hynny ac yn y blaen, jyst felly bach fwy o gig ar yr asgwrn yna. A dwi'n gwybod hefyd eich bod chi wedi cyffwrdd ar yr amserlen, a wy'n deall yn amlwg bod chi am glywed barn y bwrdd neu'r panel ac yn y blaen cyn dod I unrhyw benderfyniad terfynol, ond mi oedd argymhelliad Aled Roberts yn sôn y dylid deddfu erbyn y cylch nesaf o gynlluniau neu cyn hynny os yn bosib. Felly fydde cadarnhad fod hi'n fwriad I sicrhau deddfwriaeth cyn y cylch nesaf yn rhywbeth fydden ni'n ei groesawu. Diolch.
Llawr licen I dechrau trwy hefyd diolch i'r Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru I ymateb adeiladol i'r datganiad yma ac i'r ffordd ni'n datblygu polisi yn y maes. Mi nes I defnyddio'r gair sylfaen, of course, fel ffordd o dechrau. Dyw e ddim yn diwedd y broses. Dych chi ddim yn bennu'r tŷ gyda sylfaen. Ond mae'n bwysig I ni sicrhau bod ni'n symud ymlaen. A dyna lle dwi wedi trio wneud yn ystod y misoedd diwetha. Ac dwi'n deall y pwynt ydych chi'n wneud, bod ti Llywodraeth yn dangos arweinyddiad, ac dwi hefyd yn gwybod mi fysych chi yn deall a fo ben byd bont. Achos mae yn bwysig bod ni'n symud ymlaen yn cydweithio gyda pobl. Dwi'n edmygu cynghorwyr am y waith dyn nhw'n wneud, a dwi'n edmygu yn y ffordd mae cynghorwyr yn delio gyda y heriau gwahanol maen nhw yn wynebu I ardaloedd gwahanol. A dwi'n hefyd yn cynabod bod cynghorwyr yn gwybod yn well na gyda ni fan hyn yn y bai. A mae hynny yn meddwl bod rhaid I ni gael perthynas sydd yn pachu yn gilydd ac yn cydweithio gyda yn gilydd. A dyna beth dwi wedi bod yn trio wneud yn ystod y blwyddyn diwethaf. A trwy gwneud hynny, dwi'n mawr yn gobeithio bod y Llywodraeth yma yn dangos gwir arweinyddiaeth. Ac arweinyddiaeth sy'n dod o eistedd lawr, siarad ac yn trafod, a ddim yn dadlau yn y papurau. A dwi'n mawr yn gobeithio fi pobl yn gwerthfawrogi fath yna o arweinyddiad. A mae y cwestiwn fwy difyr, actually, dwi wedi clywed rhywun yn gofyn I fi spel yn y siambr yma, sut ydw I yn diffinio uchelgais. Ac dwi ddim yn gwybod ratib gyda llaw. Ond dwi'n gwybod bod yr uchelgais sy'n gen I a gyfer Blaenau Gwent, fysa'n wahanol iawn i'r uchelgais bod gyda chi yn Sir Dimbych. A dwi'n credu bod angen i ni cydnabod lle mae y sefyllfa cymeriad ieithyddol gwahanol yn rhannau gwahanol o'r gwlad, a dechrau trwy cydweithio gyda'r rhieni a'r cymunedau i sicrhau bod ni'n symud yn y un cyfeiriad i sicrhau bod yna fwy o Gymraeg a fwy o cyfle i gael addysg trwy gyfyn y Gymraeg ac addysg Gymraeg ac i wneud hynny trwy cytundeb. Felly, yr uchelgais sy'n gen i yw bod ni'n gallu symud ymlaen trwy cytundeb i hangu addysg Gymraeg yn pob un rhan o'r gwlad. Beth sydd ddim yn dderbyniol yw bod ni ddim yn cynllunio ar gyfer tyfiant unrhyw le. Dyw hynny ddim yn dderbyniol. So mae rhaid gael tyfiant ac y fath o dyfu dyn ni eisiau gweld ac y cyfnod dyn ni eisiau gweld y tyfiant fydd yn derbynnu ar natur ieithyddol, dwi'n meddwl, y cymuned lleol ac hefyd y natur o arweinyddiaeth sy'n gyda ni yn lleol. A mae gen i uchelgais am y ddau beth. Ac mi fyddwn ni yn gosod targedu, achos mae'r llwybr ydych chi wedi disgrifio yn un bwysig. Y target sy'n gyda ni, y target dwi wedi cyhoeddi yn y haf, dim y targedau blaenorol, ond y target presennol ydy'r targedau dyn ni'n gweithio at nhw. A dwi'n credu bod rhaid i fi cyhoeddi y llwybr fwy manwl yn ystod y misoedd nesaf, fydd yn dangos linyn mesur ac hefyd ac targedu ac amcanion sy'n gyda ni ar gyfer y taith dyn ni'n wynebu yn ystod y blynyddoedd nesaf. Dwi'n gobeithio llawydd mae'n gallu gwneud hynny cyn diwedd y flwyddyn. Gyda y materion arall ydych chi wedi cyffordd yn eich cyfraniad, dwi'n cytuno gyda chi a gyda y pwyntiau ydych chi wedi dweud, bod ti'n mudiad meithrin, sefydliad Cymraeg sy'n gwneud gwaith hanfodol o bwysig i gynnyddu dim jyst y siaradwyr Gymraeg, ond hefyd i sicrhau lle'r Gymraeg yn y cymunedau ni. A dwi'n edmygu y gwaith mae'r mudiad yn wneud reit ar draws y gwlad, a dwi'n falch iawn bod ni wedi dod i cytundeb i sicrhau bod ni'n gallu parhau i ariannu hynny ac yn cefnogi y gwaith mudiad meithrin. Ac hefyd pan mae'n dod i'r cynllun gofal plant, dwi wedi cyfarfod ysgrifennydd cabinet i drafod hynny yn ystod yr wythnosau nesaf. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen at gweld ffigerau fwy manwl ar gael rwydd o gofal plant yn y Gymraeg. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen at gweld sut ydyn ni'n datblygu sefyllfa. Dwi'n cymryd mi fydd ddim bob man lle ydyn ni eisiau fe bod. Dwi'n wedi gweld y ffigerau eto, ond pan dwi'n gweld y ffigerau, byddai'n gweithio gyda Carl Sargent i sicrhau bod ni'n gweld y fath o cynnyddiad mae pob un ohono ni eisiau wneud. Sy'n mynd nôl at y cwestiwn, of course, of Darren Miller yn gofyn y bwyty ysgolion meithrin. Mae'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet Addysg wedi wneud datganiadau ar y rhaglen cyfalaf, ac mi fydd hi yn dod nôl at y siamber i wneud datganiad arall ar hynny. Be dwi'n gallu gweud y prynhawn yma yw bod ni'n cydweithio'n agos iawn ar hynny, ac mi fydd ganddyn ni y fath o rhaglen o blaen ni fydd yn helpu ni cyrraedd yn targedu ni. A mi fydd yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet Addysg yn wneud datganiadau ar hynny maes o law. Y cwestiwn ola oedd y bwyty deddoriaeth ar rôl y bwrdd. Pan dwi'n gofyn i pobl gwneud y gwaith yma, dwi'n gweithio nhw i dilyn y trwyn a gweld ble mae'n arwain. Mi fydd na cymysgedd siŵr o fod o deddoriaeth a dis-deddoriaeth, a bydd rhaid i ni sicrhau ble mae hynny yn arwain ni. Mi licio ni, os dyn ni'n sôn y bwyty newid is-deddoriaeth, mae'n bosibl mi fyddwn ni yn gallu gwneud hynny cyn bod rawn nesaf o WESPs yn dod i fewn, ac licen ni symud mor gloi a phosibl ar hynny. Os ydyn ni'n newid y gyfraith, of course, mi fydd hynny yn cymryd fwy o amser, ond a hyn o bryd, dyn ni ddim wedi wneud y gwaith, a licen ni gadael i'r bwrdd gwneud y gwaith, ro tudalen wag i nhw wneud hynny, ac unwaith maen nhw'n dod nôl gyda droddiadau, mi fyddwn ni mewn sefyllfa i wneud datganiad arall y siamber ac hefyd datganiad a sut dyn ni'n gweld yr amserlen yn datblygu.
Hamilton.
Well, very appropriately for the land of song, we're all singing in unison, in harmony on this, if not entirely in unison. And I do commend the Minister for the energy and leadership which he has shown on this groundbreaking policy. I do endorse the approach which he mentioned his earlier response to Darren Miller about building bridges and bringing people along by persuasion rather than compulsion. And Aled Roberts, in his report, refers to this and how some local authorities are very weak in seeking to create any demand for Welsh medium education. It's creating demand, which is the very essence of the success of the policy. And I hope that this review will bear fruit in that respect. And I'm sure that the persuasive powers of the Minister are certainly up to the task of trying to bring along voluntarily any recalcitrant local authorities who have expressed too little enthusiasm for this project. He will certainly have my strong support in that respect. One part of the report which has not been mentioned in responses so far is in paragraph 135, where Aled Roberts refers to the way in which the Welsh is taught in schools. He says it's time for a robust discussion on qualifications Wales with regard to changing the way the language is taught going forward. Well, I know it's a very, very long time indeed since I was in school, and Welsh was taught in a very, very different way then from how it's taught now. It was taught to me as a foreign language, and I've never actually fully recovered from it in a way. Minister perhaps to expand a bit upon that aspect of the policy. In what way are we going to change the way in which language is taught in order to help to achieve these objectives? It is, of course, obvious that the only way this policy is going to succeed is to have more and more early years children being brought up to speak Welsh as something which is natural and not something which is learned as a bit of a chore, as with many other foreign languages. And I would like to commend in this respect the report which Sian Gwenlly produced not so long ago, and which we debated in this House, called Reaching the Million, where some very interesting figures in there that show and encouraging figures, for that matter, that about 3- and 4-year-old children, how they have increased as a proportion of the total as being taught in Welsh, from 18.8% in 2001 to 23.3% in 2011. Well, that's 6 years ago. I hope that figure is now increased beyond that, which perhaps the Minister can tell us. And another interesting feature of that was how the number of children who are being taught the medium Welsh has increased, where they live in households where neither parent speaks Welsh. The figures in that report were 9% in 2001, 14% in 2011. This is clearly going to be the case for some time to come, and I appreciate what the Minister has said, for example, in reply to Claire Griffith a moment ago, about how ambition is different in different parts of Wales and how Blaenau Gwent is different from Gwynedd or Denbighshire. But inevitably, in places like Blaenau Gwent and areas which don't have a very high proportion of Welsh speakers at the moment, we are going to find that children are going to be speaking Welsh, but the parents will not be able to follow them. That is the great challenge, I think, that we will have in the next couple of decades. But in addition to increasing the demand for Welsh, of course, is the crucial question of increasing the supply of teachers who are able to meet that demand. And I know that the Cabinet Secretary has announced this £4.2 million in order to help to deal with that, which is extremely welcome. But I wonder whether there needs to be more done in this respect to encourage teachers. I don't know whether it is possible to introduce any financial incentives or whether indeed that is desirable. But if there is a way of adding to what has already been done, I think that is something which the Minister ought certainly to consider. I certainly approve of what has been said about Mudiad Meithrin and the importance of Cylchoedd Meithrin to the achievement of the ambitious goals which we've set ourselves. It is absolutely vital that we have more examples, such as the one which was quoted in Builth Wells, and in areas in particular where the future growth of the language needs to take place. I fully agree with those who say that, first of all, we've got to consolidate where there is a tradition of speaking Welsh, and it is the natural language of communication, both in the home, in the work, and in the community. But in areas where it's been 100 years, perhaps, since there was any Welsh spoken or heard in the streets, then this is something which has to be advanced by the rising generation. As people of my age start to fall off the perch, will be replaced by people who have a natural facility to help the Minister to achieve it. I will be 101 years old if I survive to 2050, but you never know. My mother's mother lived to be 103, so there's a chance that I could still be here. Well, maybe not here, but certainly alive on the planet and adding my voice to the political debate. But I'd just like, on behalf of UKIP, to welcome this report, which is a further extension of the good work which the Minister has done and which we've supported all the way through.
I'm grateful to UKIP spokesman. He started his remarks talking about the land of song. Well, there are members in this chamber, presiding officer, you may be one yourself, who has actually heard me singing. And the one thing I think which unites members on all sides of the chamber is that they don't want to hear it again. Yes, and I wouldn't. I wouldn't seek to inflict that on, and I wouldn't seek to inflict that on anyone. I understand the points that have been made about increasing and stimulating demand for Welsh medium education. I think all of us who have children who've been in or through the system recognise the benefits of that and recognise the benefits of acquiring a language at an early age. Certainly, my 7-year-old son is now able to speak and write and use the Welsh language in a way that would have been unimaginable for me at that age. And as a consequence of that, it is something he has now for the rest of his life. And I think that would be a great benefit for him, as it would be for all children of that age. And I hope that, as we move forward in this debate, that we will be able to demonstrate both the... I don't like to use the word advantage of bilingualism, but certainly that bilingualism is something which is added to my life and which is certainly, I think, was something which adds to all our different lives and enables us to not only appreciate the history and culture of our country, but also the history and culture of other countries and other nations and other peoples as well. I hesitate as well before I try to define little ambition which has come from some local authorities. But I will say this in answer to the member's question. The conversations that Aled has led and which my officials have continued with all local authorities of all political complexions in all parts of the country have been overwhelmingly positive. It is about how we move forward and not whether we move forward. And I think it's a tribute to local authority leaders, as I said, of all political complexions in all parts of the country, that they are looking at this agenda in a positive way at a time when they're dealing with some very difficult financial pressures. So I rather than emphasise little ambition or little enthusiasm, I would like to emphasise the positive ambition and the positive enthusiasm we have seen from local authorities. The UKIP spokesperson asked me about categories, and I neglected to answer Llywelyn Griffiths' question on the same question, on the same matter. The purpose of looking at categories is not to necessarily change or to undermine the status of the language in schools as it exists today, but is to understand what is actually happening in the classroom in different categories of schools, because we recognise that categories can be a perplexing and bewildering array of different balances of the language where they are used, and I appreciate that quite a few parents might find them perplexing themselves. But so I want to understand what exactly is happening in all of those schools and whether there's a way in which we can move forward, which moves away from that sort of sometimes overly complex structure. It is done without prejudice. It is done in a way to learn and to understand and to look at and learn from best practice. The purpose is not necessarily to undermine, or certainly isn't to undermine, the status of the language anywhere. But what I want to emphasise in that is that I'm anxious that we need to look as well at the English medium sector. The points made about the teaching of Welsh are well made, and points that I accept. The Cabinet Secretary for Education has already made a number of statements on this matter and will continue to do so as we look towards moving along the continuum and introducing the new curriculum. But, you know, let me say this. The Welsh language is something that belongs to everybody, no matter what the medium of education of a school they attend. And it is important to me that children who attend English medium schools are able to leave that school with a working knowledge and at least a conversational knowledge of the Welsh language. We know that is not the case at the moment. And what we need to be able to do is to understand why that isn't the case and to ensure that through the new curriculum, which has been introduced by the Cabinet Secretary, that we're able to change people's experience of learning Welsh in schools. I know that time is moving on, Presiding Officer, but I have to say the role of parents is essential, the role of the community is essential. School is always at the heart of a community, wherever that community may be located, and the role of the language of instruction in school is important as a reflection of that community. And I think that people right across the country are very, very positive about seeing more Welsh and allowing the language of instruction to enable parents and others to learn the language themselves. And I hope that the National Centre that was established 2 years ago for the teaching of Welsh will look at this and look at how we can help parents to have at least a working knowledge of the language at different times where that's needed during a child's education. And the issues about the supply of teachers and others are matters which have been already raised by the Plaid Cymru spokesperson this afternoon. And this is a matter which I recognise as being a significant challenge facing us. And when we do publish our plans for delivering on the 2050 strategy and the work that we'll be completing during the current Assembly, we will be setting out how we intend to meet those objectives and to meet those targets.
Jeremy Miles.
Diolch, Llefydd. Gai groesawu'r datganiad gan gweinidog a croesawu'r ffaith bod e'n bwriadu derbyn yr argymellion I gyd wrth Aled Roberts. Wnaethoch chi sôn yn y datganiad am pa mor bwysig yw adnabod y galw. Chi newydd gydnabod yn yr ateb diwetha pa mor bwysig yw creu galw. Hynny yw ysgogi galw newydd, efallai lle dos dim galw ar hyn o bryd, neu dim galw cymryd y gallai fod, esbonio manteision a ennill pobl I achos addysg Gymraeg. Un o'r argymellion yn yr adroddiad yw perthynas fwy strategol rhwng awdurdod y lleol a'r mudiadau meithrin fel ni wedi bod yn trafod yn barod. Ond mwyn cyrraedd nod y strategaeth, mae'n sicr bydd angen wneud mwy na hynny mwyn gallu ysgogi galw ar y lefel ddigon eang. Felly, chi'n trafod, chi'n edrych ar sefyllfa ffrind lle mae aelodau etholedig a swyddogion mewn awdurdodau lleol falle yn mynd I cael digon o sialens I ateb y galw sydd yn bresennol. Felly, beth fyddech chi'n hoffi gweld yn digwydd ar lawr gwlad tu hwnt i'r berthynas strategol gyda mudiadau meithrin I ysgogi'r galw yma a ennill y ddadl os manteision addysg Gymraeg I gynulleidfa fwy eang falle nag I ni'n cyrraedd ar hyn o bryd.
Llawer, dwi'n cytuno gyda'r pwynt mae'r aelod wedi wneud. Mae'r Llywodraeth wedi bod yn hanesyddol yn eitha swil o bwyty'r materion yma. Dwi'n llais-wil. Dwi wedi gweld manteision o addysg Gymraeg yn fy nhaelu fi hun, ac dwi'n gweld manteision o gael addysg Gymraeg I blant ar draws y gwlad, sy'n galluogi nhw adnabod ac yn bod yn rhan o'r cyfoeth dyn ni wedi entefethu yn diwylliant ni. A dwi'n credu bod hynny yn rhywbeth sy'n hynod o bwysig. Mi fyddai yn ystod misoedd nesaf yn ystyried sut ydyn ni'n gallu ysgogi y galw, fel ydych chi wedi disgrifio, ac hefyd gyda yn sicr bod ni'n perswadio bobl bod addysg Gymraeg yn opsiwn real ar gyfer I blant nhw, ble bynnag nhw'n byw a beth bynnag ydy iaith y tŷ, ac I alluogi pobl a gael access I addysg Gymraeg. Achos yn aml iawn, gael access I addysg Gymraeg ydy'r un o prif pethau sy'n rhwystio pobl rhag fynd mewn i'r system Cymraeg. Felly, gwneud addysg Gymraeg yn opsiwn real i bobl yn pob un rhan o'r gwlad, sicrhau bod bobl yn gallu gael ysgolion yn agos at y gytrefi nhw, a sicrhau wedyn ni bod pobl yn teimlo'n gytrefol yn symud i'r opsiwn Gymraeg, os nag yw Gymraeg yn iaith y tŷ, ac wedyn ni cefnogi teuluoedd sy'n yn wneud y dewis hynny, ac symud ymlaen yn y ffordd mae sawl aelod wedi disgrifio y prynhawn yma trwy gael fwy o gyfleroedd i plant ifanc iawn dysgu a dechrau dod i gafel ar Gymraeg.
Diolch i'r gweinidog, a dyma ni'n cyrraedd yr eitem nesaf. Felly, y datganiad gan gweinidog iechyd y cyhoedd a gwasanaethau cymdeithasol ar integreiddio gweithio mewn partneriaeth mewn iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol, a dwi'n galw'r gweinidog iechyd i wneud y datganiad. Rebecca Evans.
Thank you. It has now been over a year since the commencement of the Social Services and Wellbeing Wales Act 2014, which is now transforming the way that care and support services are delivered across Wales. I have been pleased to be able to see for myself how this legislation has resulted in improved outcomes for people within our society with the most need. It is also helping to ensure services are sustainable despite the ongoing austerity imposed by the UK Government. This statement updates Assembly members on progress in providing the integrated and collaborative approach to care services, which is at the core of the Act and is a statutory requirement of it. The Act provides for regional partnership boards as the driver of the integration agenda. 7 boards have been established across Wales on the Health Board footprint, and they bring together health, social services, the third sector, private providers and citizens. I have met with the chairs of these boards, most recently in July, to discuss their progress in delivering effective and efficient integrated services. I am pleased that these boards are now firmly established, and I pay tribute to their members for their leadership and their hard work to date. The Welsh Government, however, recognises the importance of engaging closely with them to support their ongoing implementation. We have held a series of events across Wales over the last 12 months to support regional boards and consider different aspects of their roles. This support will continue based on what help the partners tell us they need. One of the board's notable achievements has been the publication in April of population assessments as required by the Act. I know undertaking these assessments involved a significant process of engagement and analysis. These valuable reports provide a clear evidence base at regional level of the broad range of care and support needs. Partners are now working towards the production of joint area plans in response to those assessments. These plans must be produced by April 2018, and they will set the agenda for regional partnership boards. I've instructed boards to use this process to consider strategically how they will further strengthen their integrated arrangements. Alongside the legal framework of the 2014 Act, Welsh Government is also providing significant financial support to encourage further integrated and collaborative working via the rebranded Integrated Care Fund. A further £60 million has been made available across Wales this year, and our programme for government includes a commitment to retain this important fund. Since it was established in 2014, the ICF has been used to develop a wide range of innovative models of integrated working. These are credited with having helped prevent unnecessary hospital admissions and enabling older people to maintain their independence. The scope of the ICF has gradually expanded so that its objectives now encompass regional partnership boards' priority areas for integration. Whilst the fund continues to support intermediate care services, it has also been used to support integrated services for people with learning difficulties and children with complex needs. And now carers are within scope of the fund. These objectives will remain in place for 3 years, and this will provide more certainty for regions and enable them to plan strategically in response to their population assessments. An independent consultant was commissioned to help regional partnership boards identify good practice in relation to initiatives taken forward through the ICF. The findings have assisted in ensuring the fund's objectives and improved reporting arrangements now focus on achieving wellbeing outcomes. Over the summer, I visited a number of varied and exciting projects made possible because of the ICF and saw clearly the positive focus. I've decided to commission a large-scale review of the ICF during the next financial year. The purpose of this work will include identifying nationally the benefits of how this money is spent by the regional partnership boards and determining whether value for money has been achieved. I am clear that the positive achievements of the ICF derive from it being spent collectively by partners. Doing things 22 times is not sustainable. The ICF, therefore, represents one clear example of regional partnership boards delivering their key priority of making more effective use of resources. A further example can be seen in the expectation contained in statutory guidance that partners put in place an integrated commissioning process. This includes joint commissioning strategies, as well as common approaches to setting specifications, agreeing fees, and quality assurance. This allows local authorities and health boards to focus on improved quality as well as securing better value for money. Regions are required by the Act to establish pooled budgets in relation to the provision of care home accommodation for adults by April 2018. These pooled funds will significantly support and be a natural progression of their joint commissioning arrangements. I have consistently made clear that my expectation is that these pooled funds are established jointly at the regional level between the Health Board and all the local authorities within the partnership area. We are all committed to effectively delivering quality services that improve the well-being of our people, and that can only be achieved by determined collaboration between partners, which leads to real and sustainable integrated working. Those outcomes cannot be fully achieved by anything less than a full commitment to working together. Local authorities and health boards must have frank conversations about how public money can be used to most effectively address regional needs. This approach to pooled funds is entirely consistent with the proposals for local government reform. Following responses to a consultation in 2015, the requirement for pooled funds for care homes was delayed until April 2018. By any standards, partners have had ample time to plan for this requirement, and I asked regional chairs to write to me by the end of September, setting out their progress. Whilst they identified challenges, partners generally expressed their ambitions to move towards regional joint commissioning progress. And I am encouraged by that, but there should be no doubt that this must include working to pooled budgets. The Welsh Government organised a national event to discuss the opportunities and challenges presented by pooled budgets last week. We will arrange additional support for regions in the coming months to help them establish and manage pooled funds on the basis that I outlined earlier. I will assess progress again early in the new year. I acknowledge that regions have made progress in establishing these pooled budgets. I also recognise, however, that there remain issues about some regions' ability to fully implement this requirement by April. If, however, I am not satisfied with the way this requirement has been delivered in each region by the end of the forthcoming financial year, I will need to consider options for more direct intervention. These are critical services which deal with some of our most vulnerable people. We all recognise the challenges in delivering integrated and collaborative services. It will require new ways of working and significant cultural change. People, however, do not care where health services end or where social services begin. They want seamlessly integrated care and support services. And Welsh Government will continue to provide the leadership and the investment to ensure this essential change. Thank you.
Angela Burns.
Well, Presiding Officer, Minister, I'd like to thank you for your statement today. I also welcome the publication of the population assessments, although I am extremely puzzled as to how these health boards and other organisations managed to make strategic plans in the past without such a thing. And I'm very surprised to hear that it took so long to deliver them, because I would have thought that was a key component of understanding what services you need to deliver, is to know what the population is that you are serving. Also, just a little bit further on from that, you talk about the fact of the regional boards and that they are to use this as part of the process to consider their strategic involvement. Can you just confirm whether or not the Welsh Ambulance Service Trust is part of that proposal as well? Because, of course, they are an integral part of providing joined-up services for health and social care. You talk, Minister, of the Integrated Care Fund, and money is always welcome, there's no doubt about it. However, during the scrutiny of the Welsh Government's budget, it's very clear that some health boards are stating that cost drivers and investments in key areas are not being mitigated by the required level of savings that they need to make. So my question to you is this enough? What fallback position do you have, or what are you expecting the health boards and integrated service providers to do in order to make sure that there is enough money within these pools to go forward and provide the services that they need in their particular area? And as I say, this is coming through loud and clear in the Health Committee scrutiny of the Welsh Government budget. What metrics will you be using when you look at your large-scale review of the ICF? Have you actually given thought to how that will, or have your officials given thought to how that will be judged? What benchmarks will you be using? The question I raised with the Cabinet Secretary earlier on a previous statement, it's all very well having these reviews, but you must have a framework within which you know that those reviews can work and work well. Your statement on integration and partnership working in health and social care today makes no mention of the integration of workforce planning. Will you be looking at that, or will you be asking those regional boards to look at that as part of their work process going forward? Because there's no point in having, for example, all the doctors and nurses in the world that we may wish, if only we were in that position, to then find we don't have enough social workers to get people back out into their homes, etc. And you also don't talk about how we can use these boards to foster a culture of innovation. And I think what's becoming very, very clear in both the parliamentary review and in leading evidence that's being put forward by King's Fund, etc., is that we need to have the ability to enable little green shoots of innovation to gather strength, to make these changes, to make sure that this integration works well. We have to bring on board the private sector into a public sector space, and I would be very interested to know how you're going to make that work, and how you are going to be able to manage the not unnatural tension between a big public sector monolith, if you like, and the private care sector, and of course our local authorities, who, as we already know, are very sad at local authorities having just received their budgets and are wondering how they are going to be able to perform their part of this deal. Thank you.
I thank you very much indeed for those questions. And you began by talking about the population needs assessments, and they've been tremendously useful in identifying some core themes, I think, which stretch across all of those population needs assessments. And loneliness and isolation has come out loud and clear as one of those particular areas across all of those population needs assessment, but poverty and deprivation, and the importance to individuals of independence, and the importance of building resilience in individuals and communities. They've come across as themes in terms of the ways in which we can address the needs which have been identified within those population needs assessment. I mean, the needs assessments themselves cover 8 core themes: children, young people, old people, health, physical disabilities, learning disability and autism, mental health, sensory impairment, carers who need support, and violence against women, domestic abuse and sexual violence. So I think it does give us a very robust and clear picture about the needs of those various different groups of people right across those regional partnership boards. It's my intention to publish a national population needs assessment based on what we've heard from the population needs assessments at regional level, because they have been so illuminating and so interesting. So I've asked Social Care Wales to undertake that piece of work with a view to reporting in November. That's the view, that's the aim, to report on at that date. In terms of how regional partnership boards come to an agreement in terms of the pooling of budgets and how much they pool within those budgets, and do they have enough to meet the needs of the people who they've identified through their population needs assessment. Welsh Government has provided statutory guidance under Part 9 of the Act, which gives an almost step-by-step route to pooled budgets. For example, it starts off with those population needs assessment, but then it moves on to agreeing an appropriate integrated market position statement and a commissioning strategy as a result of that, and agreeing common contracts and specifications, and developing an integrated approach to agreeing the fees with providers, and an integrated approach to quality assurance, whilst at all times maintaining transparency as well. So those steps along the way should lead to a point where pooled budgets are the next natural progression, and that they're pooled in a way which is informed and well resourced in order to meet those needs as well. So those steps have been set out in statutory guidance. You also asked how we can ensure that the ICF allows innovation, and that was one of the purposes that the ICF was set up in the first place, in order to give people working in the sector and to give leaders in the health and social care sector the okay, if you like, to try different things and to do things differently. And actually, the ICF was set up to encourage innovation. And actually, it was okay if things didn't work. We could learn from that just as well as we learn from things that do work. So innovation has always been very much at the heart of that, and there are some fantastic examples. Of course, you might be aware of the Pembrokeshire Intermediate Voluntary Organisations team, Pivot, which has used £160,000 this year of funding to support timely and effective discharges from hospital, and also to improve opportunities for independent living within the community. And just this, to date, within this financial year, 1,320 bed days have been saved and 132 hospital admissions avoided, and there have been 80 supported discharges just within that particular project as well. So lots of exciting things going on, and people thinking in a very different way. In terms of workforce planning, again, this is something that Social Care Wales is very much engaged with in terms of their new and expanded responsibilities in terms of the development and oversight of the workforce in Wales. And they work very closely within the sector and with the regional partnership boards as well. And you finally mentioned the private care sector as well, and how we're ensuring that they are, we recognise the important partners that they are within all of this. Well, the regional partnership boards, through the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, are mandated to have a representative of the independent sector on each and every one of those regional partnership boards, so that they can give their unique perspective to those boards as well.
Rhina Piarwerth.
Diolch, Llywydd. Mae yna ddwy brif elfen i'r datganiad am hynny, a dwi'n diolch i'r gweinidog am y datganiad hwnnw. Y cyntaf, cryn ganmoliaeth o rai elfenna o waith yr gronfa gofal ganolraddol, bellach gronfa integredig, ac mi gymerai'r cyfle hwn os y cae i atgoffa yr siambr yma bod yr gronfa honno yn rhan o gytundeb, gyllideb flaenorol efo Plaid Cymru, am bod ni'n falch yn bod ni wedi dod ar syniad hwnnw at y bwrdd, oherwydd y ffordd da ni wedi ei weld o yn cael ei ddatblygu. Prif elfen y datganiad wedyn ydy yr cyd-destun ehangach yma o gyfuno cyllidebau a gweithio mewn partneriaeth. A mae gen i nifer y gwestiynau'n codi allan o hynny. Mae'r datganiad yn awgrymu bod awdurdodau lleol a byrdda iechyd rhywsyd ddim yn rhoi ymrwymiad llawn i'r byrddau rhanbarthol. These outcomes can't be achieved by anything less than a full commitment to working together. Be ydych chi'n meddwl ydy'r prif rwystyr i gael yr math o ymrwymiad llawn i lwyddiant yr byrddau? Dych chi'n atgoffa ni ar ôl ymgynghoriad bod y gohiriad wedi bod yn yr angen am gyllidebau cyfun i gartrefi gofal tan 2018, a dwi'n cytuno efo chi, neu efo'r awgrym bod hyn yn ddigon o amser, ond o ddarllen rhwng y llinellau, mae'n ymddangos bod rhai partneriaid yn canfod hyn yn anodd o hyd, ac yn y cyd-destun hwnnw, ydych chi fel gweinidog yn difaru ymestyn yr deadline ar y sail i bod hi'n ymddangos beth bynnag ydy'r deadline bod rhai partneriaid yn cael trafferth ymrwymo iddo fo. Ydych chi hefyd yn cydnabod bod arwahanrwydd iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol a'r diffyg dyletswydda statudol yn golygu bod na wastad berig yn doedd. Mae'r hyn bydda gweithio partneriaeth yn ei olygu fydda rheolwyr yn cyfarfod i ddadla i'w cyfraniad nhw i'r gyllideb gyfun fod gynlleied a phosib. Ac felly bod cyfyngiadau gweithio partneriaeth heb ymrwymiadau statudol yn cael ei harddangos yn eitha clir yn fan hyn. Ac o bosib, na i ofyn hefyd am eich sylwadau chi ynglyn â'r opsiwn arall, sef wrth gwrs i roi cyllideb benodol i'r byrddau rhanbarthol yn hytrach nag i awdurdodau lleol a byrddau iechyd ar wahân. Cwestiwn nesaf, mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi bod yn erbyn cyflwyno newidiadau strwythurol eang i gyfuno iechyd y gofal cymdeithasol yn dadla y bydda newidiadau o'r math hynny yn ddrud a hefyd yn aflonyddgar neu'n disruptif. Pam felly ydych chi yn cynllunio i newid iechyd ym Mhen y Bontarogwr o Abertawe, Bro Morgannwg i Cwm Taf a ddim hyd yn oed yn defnyddio y cyfle hwnnw i greu corff mwy integredig, lle bydda adnoddau'n cael eu targedu ar wasanaethau rheng flaen, pan dach chi wedi cymryd y penderfyniad i wneud newid strwythurol. Nesa, mi na i atgoffa am ambell i welliant gan Blaid Cymru wrthodwyd gan y Llywodraeth wrth i'r ddeddf gwasanaethau cymdeithasol gael ei thrafod. Un o'r rheini fydda i ganiatáu awdurdodau lleol i gyflogi'n uniongyrchol nyrsys cofrestredig a drwy hynny roi cyfle iddyn nhw ddatblygu gofal cymdeithasol cryfach. Ydych chi'n dyfaru gwneud hynny, a hefyd yn cyfeirio nôl at yr hyn wedys i'n gynharach, yn gwelliant ni hefyd i gryfhau yr dyletswydd go iawn ar awdurdodau lleol a byrddau iechyd i gydweithio ar gyfuno cyllidebau. Hynny ydy, mi oedden ni'n deud y dylan nhw yn hytrach na dylan nhw ystyried, neu dylan nhw allu. Ac yn ola, heddiw, mi ydyn ni'n clywed awdurdodau lleol, ledled Cymru, yn ymateb gyda chryn bryder a hynny'n ddealladwy iawn i gyhoeddiad ynglŷn â cyllidebau drafft nhw i bod nhw'n wynebu blynyddoedd yn rhagor o doriadau. Ydych chi fel gweinidog yn credu i bod hi yn bosib i wasanaethau cymdeithasol gynnal y math o lefel o wasanaeth maen nhw'n ei ddarparu ar hyn o bryd, heb sôn am i gwella i cryfhau nhw o fewn cyd-destun lle mae cyllidebau awdurdodau lleol yn cael ei torri a ar yr un pryd lle mae yna gynnydd mewn galw ar ei gwasanaethau nhw. Ac oni ddylan ni mewn difri fod wir yn meddwl yn nherma cyllideb sengol rwan, iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol. Oherwydd mi fyddwn ni'n dadla'n gry iawn i bod hi yn gamarweiniol i danlinellu cynnydd o 200 miliwn o bunnau mewn gofal iechyd, os ydy gofal cymdeithasol sy'n â chymaint o impact ar yr NHS yn mynd i lawr neu mewn peryg o mynd i lawr yn y blynyddoedd nesaf.
Thank you very much. I would begin by saying that in those letters to which I referred in my statement, where all chairs of regional partnership boards wrote to me by the end of last month providing an update on the progress, each of those letters included an update on the progress towards those 6 different steps towards pooled budgets, which I spoke about in my response to Angela Burns. And it is fair to say that various regions are at different stages on that journey, but we've been absolutely clear that Welsh Government will provide whatever support is necessary to get them to the point where they are able to pool those budgets. But there is absolutely no question that all of those regions are fully committed to pooled budgets. I've spoken to the chairs of the regional partnership boards. I've had meetings with the chairs chairs of the health boards, for example. Just yesterday, I met with all of the leads in local government who have responsibility for social care, all of whom completely behind pooled budgets and recognising the importance of it. So there's no question, I don't think, in terms of the commitment to it. In terms of the actual practicality of it, it is a tremendously complex thing to do, but as I said in my statement, Welsh Government will provide whatever additional support is needed to get to that point. In terms of partnership working, it's not really about managers talking. The actual real partnership working is what happens in terms of on the ground, you know, how the individual receiving care and support has that care and support need met. And you'll probably be aware of examples in your own area in North Wales where the Regional Partnership Board has allocated £1 million this year to improve their step-up, step-down services. So that's supporting people who are coming out of hospital who are medically fit but still require some degree of care and support. And over 800 people have already benefited from this service and more than 2,000 bed days saved as well. And additionally, in the North Wales region, over £1 million of ICF has been used to establish multidisciplinary single point of access services, providing information, advice and assistance to individuals in a timely, effective and efficient way. And actually, many of the regional partnership boards have taken that approach in terms of that single point of access, just having seen how effective it is. You referred to Bridgend, and of course in the statement to the National Assembly on the 18th of June, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government said that we propose the Cwm Taf Local Health Board boundary should be adjusted to include the Bridgend local authority area, and working with our partners in local government and health boards, the government will discuss that proposition and develop a formal consultation document, and a further statement will be issued on this this autumn. But I can confirm Welsh Government has already begun to engage very closely with the partners in Cwm Taf and the Western Bay Regional Partnership Board about potential transitional arrangements if the boundary of Cwm Taf were to be extended to incorporate Bridgend as well. And I think that it's important that we take all of our regional partnership boards and all of our local authorities and health boards and treat them in in the same way, rather than having bespoke arrangements for individual health boards and so on as well. In terms of a specific budget, I mean, you're right, there are more than one way to pool a budget, or more than one way to pool a budget. That's certainly true. However, the preference has always been to encourage and give the freedom to local authorities and health boards through the regional partnership boards to take ownership of it and to take the leadership of the pooling of budgets themselves. And I think that's a more effective way and a more desirable way, certainly, than having Welsh Government impose that pooling on them. However, I've made clear in my statement as well today that if I'm not satisfied by the progress that has been made, I will consider other ways to pool budgets as well. Oh, and if I may, just on one more point, you did mention the difficult settlement that local authorities are having to deal with. It's the result of 7 years of austerity and diminishing funds to Welsh Government. And of course, you will have read the Minister's statement outlining the settlement which has been made. However, I do think that collaboration and partnership working does provide local authorities with opportunities, in the sense that when pooled budgets do come into place and we commission jointly those adult care home places, there's great opportunity actually to be doing things 7 times rather than 22 times, sharing expertise and sharing the benefits of those wider commissioning arrangements as well. So there are opportunities certainly with this approach.
Caroline Jones.
Thank you for your statement, Minister. The 1,000 Lives campaign has shown what is possible when we are united in the pursuit of a single aim, an aim of improving each patient's experience of the care they receive. The enthusiasm and commitment of healthcare teams is highly admirable. Working together by following an evidence-based approach, they have continued to produce positive results and make significant improvements to patients' experience and safety. We must therefore acknowledge that however hard we try, human error continues to be a fact of life. Therefore, we must continue to explore positive reforms to the management of our health service and at all times prioritise patient care and safety. First of all, we must recognise the scope of any issues and problems and make a clear commitment to change flawed systems which fail patients during their treatment and care. Improving each patient's experience within our Welsh NHS requires everyone within it to work collaboratively with both the patient and their families. A vital component to improving the experiences of patients and staff is cohesion between health services and social care. And where this fails, the consequences can be severe. An example of which I have mentioned in this chamber, but I feel it is important to raise, was the case of the 83-year-old gentleman from my region in South Wales West who underwent major surgery and subsequent treatment, and he experienced the flaws in the system and failed to benefit from collaborative care between health and social services. There simply was no plan when he was released from the hospital, and no one was told he was coming home from the hospital, and he'd had a triple heart bypass at 83 years of age. So, does the Minister therefore agree with me that integration between these services must include streamlining the information patients are obliged to submit, thereby preventing a patient from having to give, as in this case, the same information to multiple agencies and professionals, and in the end, not achieving the result? Improving the information sharing, which in this case didn't happen, and ensure health and social care services complement each other, establishing greater coordination between the two. Do you consider the role of local authorities in this instance to be positive? What experiences have you had when you've been negotiating, talking to local authorities regarding these issues? And one of the major challenges which faces the smooth transition from health services to social care is the delayed transfers of care. Since the middle of the last decade, we've witnessed rapid improvements in the number of people who experience delays. Indeed, the number has come down from 775 in the quarter ending in December 2004 to 472 in the quarter ending December last year. We all know workforce planning is vitally important, and each health board has stated that the cost of agency staff because of shortages is really eating into their budget and absorbs an awful lot of cost. So this is a huge task, and I ask how you will address this issue, please. Despite this considerable decrease in delayed transfers of care, it is noticeable that since 2010, the number of delayed transfers of care has plateaued. I appreciate that there is always going to be a fluctuation in these figures. However, in 2013, there were 5,393 delayed transfers of care, compared with nearly 6,000 in 2016. So one of the main causes for these delays in the availability of beds since the 2010 number of available beds has decreased by 15%. At a time when Wales is experiencing increasing demands on the NHS service, the provision of beds is fundamental to reducing the number of delayed transfers of care. So the 15% reduction puts further strain on services and has an adverse effect on a patient's experience. So in particular, the elderly people are suffering delays in their care, often left in hospital because there is no place for them to go. So services which in recent years have experienced cuts to their budget, exacerbating the problem further. Does the Minister agree with me that the Welsh Government must address the number of readily available beds to relieve pressure on the Welsh hospitals, and furthermore do everything within its power to prevent the closure of care homes across Wales? Cuts to social service budgets has placed greater pressure on social care when patients are transferred from hospital. This is especially relevant to the elderly, many of whom experience a delay in their transfer and are reliant, therefore, on social services for the essential support that they receive. For example, Cardiff City Council faces severe cuts to its budget over the next 3 years. The Council has already made £200 million worth of savings in the last 10 years. If further cuts if further cuts are to be made to council budgets such as Cardiff, then the capabilities of social services are going to be increasingly restricted, leaving many patients, both young and old, without essential care. If social services are unable to keep up with the demand, then there is inevitably going to be a knock-on effect on the availability of beds in hospitals. So this has a further effect on the transfer of care, causing greater obstacles to providing integrated care services. As councils, not just here in Cardiff, but throughout the whole of Wales, face economically challenging times, will the Minister prioritise vital funding for the provision of social care for the elderly and the most vulnerable in our society, and consider the recommendations I gave earlier in my speech, ensuring all in our health service benefit from collaborative health and social care? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions, and begin by also recognising your comments, particularly on the enthusiasm and commitment of the people who are working on the front line in health and social care. And I've seen that for myself when I visited many of the ICF projects which are taking place across Wales. And I'd certainly, as always, encourage members to go and visit the projects to be inspired by the kind of innovative working and sheer enthusiasm that people have working on the ground through the ICF. And also, you said about the importance of prioritising the individual, and that's exactly what the Social Services and Wellbeing Act sets out to do, in the sense that it puts the individual at the heart of the decisions that are made about them. It's about personal outcomes, having that what matters conversation with them to understand what it is that the individual would like to achieve, and understanding that they are equal experts alongside the professionals. They're the expert in their lives, so they should be treated as equal experts in those conversations. You also made the point that the cohesion of health and social services is absolutely crucial, and I couldn't agree with you more. You gave a very distressing case as an example of why it's so important that we do have cohesion between health and social services. And again, this is something that the Integrated Care Fund seeks to deliver. For example, in Cwm Taf, they've spent £1 million to develop a Stay Well at Home service, and that's operated 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And it consists of a multidisciplinary team based at the hospital in Royal Glamorgan and Prince Charles. And they undertake initial assessments of individuals and commission or provide health, social care and third sector community support to facilitate the safe and timely return home of people and prevent unnecessary admission in the first place. So making sure that people do have that wide package of support around them, taking in health, social care and the third sector to ensure that there is a package to allow people to stay home. You also talked about the importance of people not having to give their story many times, because that can be distressing, and there's absolutely no need for it in the time when we have such access to technology and so on. And that actually is one of the things that they're using in the Stay Well at Home service in Cwm Taf. But we've also invested £2 million of the ICF this year, specifically in the Welsh Community Care Information System. And that's gone live between health and social services in Powys in the first instance, so they have access to the same kind of information. And I was happy to launch that particular initiative fairly recently, and had the opportunity to talk to staff who'd said what a difference it makes to be able to access the information about the individual on the same level between health and social services. It's gone live also in local authorities in Bridgend, Anglesey, Gwynedd, Vale of Glamorgan, Ceredigion and Torfaen. Powys is the only area where it's fully integrated at the moment, but we are moving towards that, and provided £6.7 million of capital funding actually for the initial setup and costs for an All Wales licence, just demonstrating the priority that we are putting on that particular initiative. I'm not sure I recognise the figures that you quoted on detox in terms of them being up-to-date figures, because they have certainly decreased again since the figures that you quoted to us. The total now is 7% down on the same period last year, and in common with all the totals actually in the current year, it's lower than any of the totals reported in the previous 2 years for the same months. So we are certainly making good progress, and this is at a time when individuals' needs are escalating as we have an ageing population and so on. So I think this is certainly an area where we are making very good progress. One of the things that interested me when I first came into post in terms of delayed transfers of care was the fact that actually a large number of the delays are down to an individual's choice, so not being able to access their first choice care home, for example. Lots and lots of the delays are down to that, which is why the Regulation and Inspection of Social Care Act is so important in terms of driving up standards right across the sector so that people don't have such a difficult choice to make when they're weighing up the choices between two different care homes. Actually, we want to have a care home sector where all of the the care homes are attractive to the individual, so there won't be such reticence in terms of making those difficult choices as well.
Hannah Blythe.
Diolch, Llywydd. Thank you for today's statement, Minister. I'm sure there's consensus in the Chamber that social care is one of the biggest issues and the growing challenges of our times, that we need to better link up and collaborate health and social care to meet these challenges, and the question is really how we best do that in practice. Minister, you mentioned in your statement the responsibility of regions to establish these pooled budgets for the provision of care home accommodation for adults by April 2018, and I'm grateful for your previous responses on this. I was just wondering if you could add how this will work in practice and where we are in terms of making sure it does work effectively in practice. You also highlight the importance of collaboration. Are you able to expand on this? And do you agree that collaboration in terms of pool budgets and the integration agenda should include effective cross-party working? And one final point I want to make is what consideration has or could be given to how existing community assets could be better used or given a new purpose and use in an innovative and collaborative way to meet both the social care and health needs of the community, in particular in terms of looking at that kind of medical respite care for the gap for the elderly, the most vulnerable and frail, working hand in hand alongside social care? And is there also consideration for a role of perhaps the third sector could play in terms of maintaining and sustaining facilities to make sure that is better able to happen?
I thank you for those questions, and you're absolutely right that social care and social services are some of the big challenges that we're facing in our time, and that's why in our programme for government, Welsh Government recognised the sector as a sector of national strategic importance, and really pleased that within Prosperity for All it has been recognised as one of the 5 key areas which can make the most difference to the people of Wales, and I think that's really, really positive. In terms of how pooled budgets work in practice, we've provided the statutory guidance to local authorities to describe that, and really pooled budgets are about an integrated approach to agreeing the fees with providers, agreeing specifications, and agreeing those financial commitments that each of the parties within the partnership will make. The cross-party issue you suggested is actually very interesting in the sense that regional partnership boards are made of partners brought together from across the sectors, so it is important that there is good cross-party working, and I certainly haven't had any information to suggest otherwise. Third sector also are absolutely crucial partners, and that's why actually on regional partnership boards there's a mandation for 2 people to be representing the third sector on those regional partnership boards, and I think that just is symbolic really of the importance that Welsh Government attaches to the role that the third sector can make and can play in terms of meeting social care needs, and also the expertise that they bring and the fact that they are very, very close to the grassroots, so that they can certainly be a voice for people who they represent as well. The ICF also has a £10 million capital funding element to it, and that certainly does provide opportunities perhaps to make adaptations to existing facilities and so on in order to make them suitable to meet people's needs. We've seen examples of this in some of the step-up, step-down services, for example, which have been tremendously successful in terms of preventing unnecessary hospital admissions, but also facilitating an earlier return home.
Susie Davis. Just to develop this, this question of the regional partnerships and their relationship to the pooled budget, you explained to Hannah Blythen that a whole variety of people can be involved in the regional partnership who will be responsible for spending that pooled budget. But the pooled budget, if I understand the regulations correctly, are drawn from the LHB and local authority, not from other sources as well. If you bear in mind the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act as well, do the LHBs and local authorities have any freedom to invite other partners to contribute to a pooled budget? I'm not clear from the legislation whether that's possible. In those circumstances, or even if it's just the LHB and the councils, obviously the amount that people put into pooled budgets is going to be different. Will there be any? Is there any weighting in real life with the people who are the most generous contributors to that pool, if I can put it that way? I know they shouldn't be, but are you getting any sense from your visit that that might be a sort of bubbling under trend? Citizens, of course, are part of the regional partnerships. You've spoken to the heads of these boards now. Can you give me sort of some idea of what citizen involvement actually looks like? I mean, it would be shocking to think that they're just sort of add-on advisors at some point rather than being front and centre of these plans. And then finally, I'm glad to hear that you're evaluating the rebranded ICF. I noticed you said that. Can you just give us some reassurance that the KPIs that you'll be looking at in that, you didn't quite answer Angela Burns' question on this, won't be significantly different from the KPIs that was originally anticipated when the unrebranded fund was set up? I think we need the confidence that there won't be any changes on your targets, if I can put it like that, that would disguise shortcomings, unexpected or otherwise. I think we'd just rather know the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's one of the reasons that I've commissioned this large-scale look at, or that I will be commissioning in the next financial years, the large-scale look at the ICF, and that is to find out the truth. You know, what kind of value for money are we having? We've already had the work done looking at examples of good practice, so we know that exists, but actually we need to be understanding the true value for money and so on. In terms of the specifications of that piece of work, they haven't yet been determined, so obviously I'll be very much open-minded on that. You're absolutely right, the citizen involvement and citizen engagement has to be very central to the work of the regional partnership boards. The work that they did in terms of developing the population needs assessments was very wide-ranging, and there was certainly citizen involvement there. But on the regional partnership boards as well, there are service users and carers represented on those boards as well. And it's really important that they have a strong voice, as well as through through citizens forums and so on, in terms of ensuring that really, as the Social Services Wellbeing Act would have us do, put in the individual and the service user right at the centre as well. So that's absolutely critical. And of course, the regional partnership boards do have a duty to make the local population aware of the work that they're undertaking as well. And I know that's something that's going to be discussed in the meeting with the chairs of the boards, which is taking place tomorrow, actually. In terms of who puts how much into the fund, that's very much left for local determination, and I think that is the right thing to do in terms of allowing the partners to take that collaborative and innovative look together in terms of how they can come to an agreement as to who puts what into the fund. I know that's not easy discussions, but actually with the enthusiasm that there has been and the commitment that there has been from all of the partners involved, I'm confident that they can have those conversations without Welsh Government assisting. Thank you.
Diolch i'r gweinidog, a daw hynna a thrafodion y dydd I ben.